Message to young people, to people under the age of 25, and certainly to people under the age of 40. If you're over the age of 40, I'm not sure that you should listen to this record. What I'm going to say might make you mad. I don't like to get people mad. I particularly don't like to get people over the age of 40 mad, because these are the people who have guns and handcuffs and prisons, a wide variety of instruments of metal with which they punish people who get them mad. Young people, for the most part, aren't so concerned with control and power. They're much more involved in having fun, being curious, exploring their sensual equipment, making adventurous explorations, making love, trying to learn what it's all about. I have personal experience which has taught me how fierce people over 40 can be with those who challenge their beliefs. Down in Texas, there are a group of men over 40 who got so mad at what I'm saying that they sentenced me to prison for 30 years. And up here in New York State, there are another group of men over 40 who want to put me in jail for another 16 years for saying the sort of things that I'm going to say on this record. I'm cutting this tape on the 3rd floor of the Castalia Foundation in Millbrook, New York. The Castalia Foundation is a psychedelic center, a place for consciousness expansion, a spiritual retreat, a center for experimentation in the use of psychedelic or mind-opening drugs. As you would expect from a place designed to produce beautiful experiences, the Castalia Foundation is located in a beautiful spot. I can look down on acres of green lawn. Down there on the left, underneath the trees, I can see a meditation house, a one-room jewel box, where people go for a few days or a week at a time to live in silence, cut off from the pressure of the world. Turn on, tune in to their inner possibilities. Just beyond the meditation house, there's an iron gate which leads down stone stairs to a meditation garden. There's a huge maple tree, 20 feet in diameter, with ponderous, stately limbs. About 15 feet up in the tree, there's a tree house, lashed with spider web roping. A beautiful elven girl with golden hair is living there this week. Beyond the tree, there's an apple orchard and an organic garden. Farther out around the house, there are meadows, sacred groves, pine forests, waterfalls, brooks. The main house itself is 4 stories. It has slanting copper roofs. At different seasons and at different times of the day and night, we lie in the green roofs and watch the sunrise or the sunset or the full moon come up over the eastern trees. There's a red chimney which runs 5 stories, facing south, and on the chimney there are painted the interwoven triangles, the seal of Solomon, the sacred symbol found over every Vishnu temple in India. This is one of the oldest symbols in human history. For thousands of years, men who have studied the expansion of consciousness and the meaning of the inner life have used this symbol to indicate the merging of opposites to make the new, the merging of man and woman, of dark and light, of electron and proton, of winter and summer. The outdoors is set up for LSD sessions because the LSD experience is too powerful, too organic, too ancient to be contained within rooms and houses made by man. There are many shrines inside the great house. In fact, almost every room in the house is designed to produce a specific turn-on. There are several rooms specifically designed for the sensory enhancement which is created by marijuana. Many of the rooms are designed for those sacred ceremonies which can only occur between man and woman, seeking to deepen and enrich their communion. And there are other rooms designed to produce the psychedelic experience by the use of light, color, and sound. I belong to an ancient trade union of spiritual teachers, scholars of consciousness, who prefer to work not in lecture halls or recording studios, but far away from cities and symbols, with small groups of people, exploring without the pressure of time and space the endless realms within. If I had my way, and when I had my way, I would invite anyone who wished to devote his time to the inner quest to join me in a center such as this, and we would learn together and experience together how how to reach the 5 levels of consciousness which are available to a species like ours with our particular repertoire of cellular and neurological equipment. I would teach you how to sleep consciously, how to use symbols consciously and aesthetically, how to enhance and intensify your senses, how to contact the ancient wisdom of your cells, and how to reach those flashing energies which exist inside your body, which men for thousands of years have called the inner light. Such a program is not an idle fantasy. In the summer of 1962 and 63, with a group of 40 Harvard graduate students and young professional people, I participated in such a training program in a small fishing village in Mexico. We had rented a hotel there, which was a mile away from town, on a dead-end road. The hotel was a series of cottages scattered along a cliff, with a long winding stone staircase leading down to the beach, a private beach which stretched a mile down the ribbon of surf and sand. Life in our center there was entirely out of doors. The air was clear and scented with a salt breeze and the perfume of flowers which grew up the cliff. People wore bathing suits and shorts and went barefoot. The food we ate came from the bay in front of us or from the fields which grew behind the hotel. Nothing came in wax containers or plastic boxes. There was no electricity. At night from the beach, you looked up and saw a continuous dance of moving candles. There were no clocks, except that every 15 seconds the surf broke a mile down the beach and came cannonading along the strand, the ticking of an ancient timepiece which ourselves have been listening to millions of years before clocks were invented. The main business of this center was the taking of LSD. On any day, 1/3 of the people present would be sitting on the beach or crowded around a table on the open dining patio, planning the session that they were going to have that night, while another third would be hidden in the session rooms or wandering far down on the sand in the middle of an LSD session. And another third would be clustered in odd and bedazed groups, reporting on and recording the session they had just finished. There's a lot of rain in the Mexican summer, and almost every afternoon late and every evening a brief thunderstorm would pass over the bay. Lightning would crackle down, and the beach, the ocean, and the surrounding hills would flash into lightning view. The night sessions would usually end in the water as the LSD voyages would float out to watch the first rays of the sunrise. In addition to being a sensory paradise and a spiritual oasis, the center in Mexico was productive and profitable. Scientific reports were written, articles published. The center paid its own way. But eventually, this gentle and harmonious way of life came to the attention of the police, a group of people who were not especially dedicated to growth, pleasure, and spiritual discovery. The center was closed, and the group dispersed. There was one interesting sidelight on the deportation proceedings. Of the 3 Secret Service agents from Mexico City who closed the center, one was under 30 years old. I got to know him fairly well because he was intensely curious about what we were doing and what we were experiencing. He had a Cuban girlfriend and used to smoke marijuana with her. He also had a brother who was the governor of another state in Mexico. And after checking our books and interviewing our members, he took me aside and said, "Senor Leary, you have going here the greatest gold mine that the tourist business has ever seen. All of your guests feel that you are not charging enough money, and none of them ever want to leave your hotel. Come to my brother's state, and we will find a hotel, and let me be your partner." That was our summer of pilgrim wandering. We wandered from Mexico down through the Caribbean to the French islands, the British islands, looking for 1 square mile of ground on this planet where we could live quietly, expand our own consciousness, contribute handsomely to the country in which we live. But such a place was not to be found free from political or religious interruption. If today I could find 1 square mile of ground on this planet, there would be several 100,000 people who would be willing and eager to join our explorations. But no such place seems to exist. For the first time in human history, there seems to be no land of exile or immigration where groups of people sharing unpopular spiritual beliefs and practices can remove to live in peace. Our own country, you remember, was founded by exactly such small groups of religious exiles. Why is it that every generation forgets this lesson of the past? Why is it that each generation harasses and persecutes its gentlest, wisest, and holiest men, exactly those men that succeeding generations will revere? The answer to this question has nothing to do with intelligence or social prejudice or conservatism. The answer is neurological. The nervous system of the adult human being is so set up that it registers intense neurological pain when confronted with an idea or method which liberates man from his addiction to symbols, from his addiction to the current tribal symbol system. Early in the life of every mammal, in the first few days, as a matter of fact, the nervous system focuses on a nearby object that moves and makes noise, and around this imprinted object, the conditioned symbol system that comprises the discriminating, perceiving, and executing mind. Most human beings, in the early days of their life, have imprinted a moving, noise-making event which they call mother. And upon this imprint, they base their conceptions of what is right and real and true. Almost everyone is painfully afraid of displeasing mother, is painfully shocked by confronting an idea or method which can liberate consciousness from the original imprinted chessboard. President Eisenhower ran this country in such a way as to avoid displeasing his mother, who ran a small town store in Iowa. President Johnson maps out national and international policies designed to please his mother. Defense Secretary McNamara moves millions of men and machines in such a way to please a mother who must have indeed been an extremely tidy and efficient woman. But who is a mother afraid of? Mother is afraid of grandmother, and grandmother imprinted her chessboard of values and realities about 100 years ago. Now here we come to my problem as a spiritual teacher in 1966. I can turn you, the younger generation, on to your own spiritual potentialities. But if I do so, I get in trouble with your parents. But that's not completely hopeless, because I can also teach you how to turn on your parents and gently and lovingly open them up to some of their possibilities. But the hitch here is that your parents are imprinted on grandmother, and grandmother is dead, and I can't turn her on. About 6 years ago, after my first series of psychedelic sessions, I realized that it was within my power to select and play almost any game, or even to deal myself out of games entirely. I decided at that time that the game I wanted to play was to become the holiest and wisest man of my generation. Specifically, to expand and elevate the consciousness of the entire human race. Now, this may sound like a surprising ambition, but I don't see why. If you can select any game, why not pick the most exciting and challenging game around? With full knowledge, of course, the knowledge that comes from a contemplative series of LSD sessions, that all human games end in a tie, and that the chances of succeeding in any human game are always statistically dubious. After 6 years of trying to become the holiest and wisest man of my generation, I'm ready to make a progress report. The way it looks from here, I have about 1 chance in 10 of reaching my goal. It still looks like a good gamble to me. In the last 6 years, we have witnessed an astonishing expansion and elevation of human consciousness in this country, and an equally predictable reaction of panic and anguish against this psychedelic revolution. When we started researching the use and benefits of psychedelic drugs at Harvard 6 years ago, we ran into a puzzling situation. We discovered very early in the game that we could predict the reaction of anyone we talked to about LSD by knowing one thing about the other person, and that was his age. The competent and distinguished psychologists and philosophers at Harvard, exactly those men whom you would expect would be most entranced and delighted at a new tool for studying consciousness, responded with boredom, impatience, and irritation at our reports about the psychedelic experience. The graduate students were interested and eager to do research in this new field. The undergraduates were enthusiastic and unstoppable in their search for this experience. And what was most shocking and dangerous to my safety and tenure at Harvard was the fact that high school kids were the most interested of all. We thought about this situation for some time and then reached the obvious solution. Of course, what we were running into was the oldest law in the history of human knowledge. It always takes 1 generation for a new idea to become accepted. The imprinted symbol systems of the older generation cannot tolerate and indeed shriek with neurological pain at any idea or method which promises to change the game. Since we had no desire to cause pain, we redirected our communications and deliberately chose to beam our message to the younger generation. In the imprinted symbol system of mother and anyone over the age of 40, the word drug means two things: drug, doctor, disease, or drug, dope fiend, crime. No amount of reason, logic, or experimental evidence is going to change this deeply conditioned reflex. On the other hand, to people under the age of 25, the word drug means a wide variety of possibilities. Drug can mean fun, energy to study for a test, ecstasy, enjoyment of music, enhancement of the senses, religious revelation, expansion of consciousness, acceleration of learning. For the last few months, I have been lecturing to audiences about the psychochemical revolution. I have pointed out that almost every neurological laboratory in the country is working with some chemical which can accelerate learning, expand consciousness, enhance memory, increase creativity. I tell these audiences that in the future, the question will be asked, not what book do you read, but which molecules are you using in your learning process? As I make these predictions, I watch the face of the audience, and I see the men over 40 frown in amazement and irritation. Is this fool suggesting that our college students become dope addicts? And I watch the faces of the young people saying, sure, where can we get it? When do we start? Any pioneer in the field of knowledge must, if he's going to retain his sanity and good humor, remember the lesson of history. It takes one generation for a new breakthrough to become absorbed and used. The young graduate students and psychiatric residents who were working on our project 6 years ago have now moved up to positions of responsibility in the universities and clinics. The undergraduates are now just about ready to take over, and the high school students of 6 years ago are now graduate students. The next 6 years will be a period of dramatic change in regard to the social acceptance of such psychedelic drugs as marijuana and LSD. By 1970, we'll have our first LSD congressman and our first marijuana smoking judges. You can see this slowly evolving change taking place right now. The New York Times, which used to be considered a liberal magazine, is written by lovely, dignified gentlemen in their 50s who are horrified and confused by the psychedelic revolution. The New York Daily News, which considered a highly conservative right-wing newspaper, takes a breezy, open, and amused posture towards LSD and marijuana. Why? Because the average news reporter is in his 30s. Over 1/3 of the researchers and editorial assistants on Life magazine have smoked marijuana or used LSD, and by 1970 this figure will have doubled. But now that the psychedelic battle has been won, where do we go next? What should be the goals and strategies of a psychedelic generation? I have 3 things to say to young people who are growing up in a psychedelic world. Turn on, tune in, and drop out. First, let me tell you about turning on. There are as many levels of consciousness as there are anatomical structures in your body for receiving and decoding energy. The 5 most important levels of consciousness are sleep, symbol, sense, cellular awareness, and molecular consciousness. Each of these levels of consciousness is based on anatomical structures in your body, and each level is attained through chemical means. In the future, the educated man will be the one who can move his consciousness deliberately, planfully, and precisely from one level to another for specific and harmonious purposes. The religion of the future will be based, as were the religions of the past, upon the human body and the myriad wonders within this temple. Any external event which distracts you from learning how to understand and use the machinery of consciousness within your body is irreverent and irrelevant. Within the temple of your body, there are hundreds of shrines, each of which can produce a revelatory and ecstatic experience, which is unique and meaningful in its own right. Psychochemicals are the instruments of the new knowledge and the sacraments of the new religion. But do not be deceived. The yoga of drugs is the most complicated, difficult, and demanding discipline of them all. Our present adult culture is based on 2 levels of consciousness and uses drugs promiscuously and lavishly to produce these 2 levels of consciousness: sleep and symbolic game-playing awareness. The average American knows how to put himself in a state of somnambulance and stupor by using our most popular drugs, barbiturates, tranquilizers, and alcohol, all of which are addictive, narcotic, and toxic substances. They dope you, and they can kill you. The average American is heavily addicted to the symbolic level of consciousness, hooked to external, tribal patterns, which he calls normal reality. The average American uses drugs to put his consciousness in a state of symbolic game playing. The first thing he does in the morning is take coffee or caffeine. The American who's involved in hectic, demanding game-playing sequences takes an energizer. At 5 o'clock, with symbols and symbolic sequences whizzing around in his head, the average American rushes home and puts himself in a mild state of stupor with alcohol. Drugs which stupefy and drugs which energize are simple, coarse, and vulgar procedures. They require no sensitivity, training, or skill. Chemicals which open up the mind, accelerate mental activity, and deepen consciousness demand lengthy training and disciplined, systematic study. Marijuana, for example, is a chemical which enhances the sensory level of consciousness. Marijuana is used to tune out the symbolic game and to turn on the senses. The retina of the eye quivers as light hurtles into it at the speed of 186,000 miles a second. The delicate membrane of the ear trembles to the dance of sound waves. This is why marijuana adepts turn on before they go to a museum or to a flower garden, or why musicians have for many years used cannabis as an enhancer of their auditory sensibility and their musical creativity. It is also well known that marijuana enlivens the senses of taste and touch and smell. Just mention food to the novice smoking marijuana, and he suddenly discovers he's ravenously hungry and that food has never tasted quite so good before. Of course not, because eating to the symbol addict is like fueling a car, but to the person turned on with marijuana, each grain of food sets off grenade explosions of sensation in the taste buds of the tongue. The aspect of marijuana which is most frightening to a prudish, puritanical culture or to an impotent generation is the enhancement of the tactile sense. Marijuana is a powerful intensifier of the sexual experience. This does not mean that marijuana leads to sexual activity. I would estimate that there is less sexual activity during marijuana sessions than in drinking bouts. But the sexual moments are exponentially expanded in the direction of heightened receptivity. Alcohol, of course, is the drug which leads to sexual excesses. It is well known that alcohol is the easiest instrument for seducing a woman. You load her up and roll her over. But the problem with alcohol as a sexual instrument is that the morning after, neither you nor she remembers much about what happened the night before. And that may be merciful, because what you would remember is a crude, brutal, fumbling sexual encounter, which is best forgotten. By contrast, the sexual union under marijuana is a slow, rhythmic, mythic, highly ceremonial, unfolding, and unifying. I would say that very few of the millions of Americans who smoke marijuana know how to use this delicate and subtle instrument. Most marijuana is smoked in highly stylized cult situations, which fail to take into account the sensory and intimate nature of the experience. I predict that in the next 10 years, we will see dozens of manuals outlining methods for harmonizing the intersection of external energy and sense organ by the use of marijuana. But the training and sensitivity required for the use of marijuana is nothing compared to the knowledge and preparation required for the harmonious use of the stronger psychedelic drugs, such as LSD. Of all the methods of conscious expansion, education, and spiritual growth developed by man in the last 4,000 years, the most demanding, the most challenging is LSD. LSD and similar drugs are direct chemical keys to the ancient texts of cellular wisdom. They put one in direct contact with RNA and possibly DNA species wisdoms which have been stored up for some 2 billion years. I have taken LSD 311 times. Each time I have found the experience awesome and awful. And what I have learned from these many voyages is the humiliating lesson that there is more to learn within my own body than I could grasp in 1,000 lifetimes. Each second of an LSD experience renders one a baby crawling on hands and knees in 1,000 Smithsonian institutes and libraries of Congress, all built into each cell of your body. Lesson number 1 then is turn on until you have made contact with the wisdom within the temple of your body. All your external activities are those of a robot performing stylized but automatic motion. Lesson number 2 is tune in. Begin to harness the energies which you are releasing into a harmonious exchange with the external environment. Take LSD and then look at your house. You will see, as someone from another planet would see, that you are living in the home of an insane robot. Slowly and planfully, you begin to change your house so that it becomes an external representation of the beauties you are discovering within yourself. where you live, with whom you spend your time, and what you allow to contact your nerve endings. You will find yourself moving out of stereotyped routines, moving out of cities, moving away from repetitious, tribally imposed sequences. You will find yourself slowly dropping out. As you tune in through turning on, you will realize that you belong
Vous ne connaissez pas le marathon des séries?
Species, that you are sharing this planet with a highly energetic, rather destructive, and tragically robot species.
Time you find frightening.
I'm so high on LSD and I have no idea where I am.
The most horrible nightmare occurring while you're awake.
Every baby
Everything is kaleidoscoping upon.
Every baby is the genetic code's newest and most creative answer to the problem of adapting to the other forms of life and energy on this planet. The generation of adults, human society, attempts systematically to block this mutant promise. Your job is to drop out, to planfully, lovingly, gracefully detach yourself from the insane rituals and social pressures which surround you. You cannot drop out externally until you have detached yourself internally. You must leave your job. You must leave your school. You must leave the city. You must leave all of your social connections, which do not make sense to your sense organs and your cells. You cannot do this alone in acts of isolated rebellion. Detaching yourself from the insanity of society requires group action. Your cells will tell you that you are a primate, a tribal animal, one who moves in groups or packs. No man can escape the prison of robot society by himself. Once you have tuned in by turning on, you will see that it is easy to leave the game. You have been born into an insane asylum, and it is simple and obvious to take advantage of the insanity around you to make your escape. One of the most obvious symptoms of the current social insanity is man's lemming-like rush to the cities. Take advantage of this insanity. You will find within 3 hours' drive from any American city, deserted towns, deserted farmhouses, vast regions of forest and meadow and farmland which can be rented or bought. As the insane society of adults around you rushes to enslave itself to machines, you will find an increasing market for craftsman-like work or for the production of articles which are too beautiful or too private to be made on mass assembly lines. But not in rebellion. Drop out by tuning in. As you drop out, you will find that you do nothing which is not an act of beauty. And this is how you will make your living. Because nothing made by a machine can please a sense organ. of a human being, or can make sense to the cellular wisdom inside a human being. Every time in the last few weeks that I have repeated this message, turn on, tune in, and drop out, I have been besieged by entreaties from my middle-aged friends. You can't say that, they tell me. But what I am saying is not reckless advice. It happens to be the oldest message of human wisdom. Look within, find your own divinity, detach yourself from social and material struggle. What is reckless is the American education system today, which puts young people on a mass assembly line geared to produce robots. American education does neurological damage. The schools and colleges of this country are designed and supported by parents who wish their children to become like them, which means like grandmother. One final word to the young people who listen to this record. Be cool. Remember, overt rebellion is part of the game. Be cool. Evolution is a silent, invisible process. When the first young amphibians began to slither out of the water, they didn't print manifestos or join picket lines. They did it in small, private, loving groups. The wisdom of yourselves will tell you that the work of evolution does not involve political action. Remember, too, to be kind. Do not frighten your parents unnecessarily. Turn on your parents. I don't mean drop LSD sugar cubes in their coffee cups. Start turning them on at the first level of the psychedelic hierarchy. Turn them on sensually. You see your mother as a symbolic creature, but she's actually a bundle of millions and millions of sense organs, of sensory cells. However symbol-addicted mother may be, she's basically a living organism with billions of neural cameras tuned to external energy. Don't use symbols to frighten her. Don't upset her symbol system. Go to visit her and delight her sense of smell with a flower. Delight her sense of taste with a new food. Delight her sense of sound with the rhythm and harmony of your voice. Turn her on without drugs. Be cool. Be kind. Turn on. Tune in. Drop out.
Mini Clubman, à partir de 290 € par mois, 36 mois sans apport, entretien inclus.
You might catch yourself sliding in and out of a hallucinatory state after relax and enjoy it. Just relax and enjoy it.
This is an experiment in mind formation. Information. Forming, controlling, operating your mind and your brain. We're using digital techniques to overload, scramble, confuse, unfocus your mind. The natural state of the brain is chaos. We're dealing with a complexity of information. The first thing to do is to overwhelm your focused mind, your linear mind, by overloading signals, digital patterns, clusters of photons and electrons, which produce a pleasant state of confused chaos. This is the state of the brain when it is ready to be informed, that is, to be reprogrammed. The human brain contains 100 billion neurons. Each neuron is as powerful as a large computer, and each neuron has around 10,000 connections with other neurons. Within our foreheads, there is a chaos. Inside our brains, there is a galaxy of information, which is incomprehensible to our linear minds. This contrasts and compares perfectly with the chaos without. We're living in a universe which has 100 billion galaxies, each galaxy with star systems, planets, a complexity, again, which to our minds right now is chaotic, incomprehensible. Chaos is beautiful. Now, many times we're afraid because we want order. We can't deal with the confusion and the disorder. We want form. We want rules. Yes, throughout human history, there have been people, religious leaders, political leaders, who will give you order. They'll give you rules and commandments. But chaos is basically good. Relax, surf the waves of chaos, and learn how to redesign your own realities. Sit back, flow, open your eyes, turn off your mind, unfocus, and let the waves of chaos roll over your brain. Float, drift, zoom, design, create, new order, your style, from chaos. Yes. Yeah. Chaos. Chaos. aim of human life is to know thyself. Think for yourself. Question authority. Think with your friends. Create new realities. Philosophy is a team sport. Philosophy is the ultimate aphrodisiac pleasure. Learning how to operate your brain, learning how to operate your mind, learning how to redesign chaos. The religious leaders and the political leaders want to give you orders to run your life, to determine how you think. The basic goal is to operate your own mind. Think for yourself. Around 3,000 years ago, a group of human beings in Athens, Greece, developed a new philosophy. The basic religion of humanity is called humanism. Socrates said, the aim of human life is to know thyself. Create and design your own order in the chaos. Socrates did not give commandments. Socrates did not impose order. Socrates asked questions. He encouraged his friends to speculate, to design, to create, to interact their own versions of reality. Socrates said, the way to perform philosophy is in small groups, raising questions, learning from each other, changing your mind, growing together, thinking together. The religious leaders said, you can't say that, Socrates. The gods are in control. Who are you to say you have to say? How dare you think you can know? Gods determine. Sacrifice to the gods. Obey the gods. Socrates said, no. Look within. For that, they gave Socrates the hemlock, because he dared to tell people, think for yourself, and question authority. For yourself, you must learn how to reprogram, reform, inform your own brain. To do this, to take responsibility for your brain, it is necessary to question everything that you have been taught, to question authority, to learn, to take the brave step of taking responsibility for operating your brain, for designing, redesigning, reforming the chaos within. Throughout human history, as our species has faced the frightening, terrorizing fact that we do not know who we are or where we're going in this ocean of chaos, it has been the authorities, the political, the religious, the educational authorities who attempted to comfort us by giving us order, rules, regulations, forming in our minds their view of reality. To think for yourself, you must question authority and learn how to put yourself in a state of vulnerable, open-mindedness, chaotic, confused vulnerability to inform yourself. Think for yourself. Question authority. Operate your mind. Question authority. Then came Marshall McLuhan in the 1950s. McLuhan said, in the Socratic sense, the medium is the message. The words you use, the modes of communication you use, determine the realities you inhabit. Most of our lives, most of us live in realities determined by others, imprinted in our brains by education, by religion, by politics, by the authorities. McLuhan said, if you want to change your mind, change the medium, change the words you use, change the mode of communication. If you change the medium, you change yourself, you change your society. In the 1960s, a new mode of communication developed, television. The kids growing up in the 1950s learned how to tune in, turn on, fine-tune, turn off, select, determine what hits your eyeballs. You control your eyeballs and your eardrums. You direct and manage the media that program your brain. McLuhan said, who controls the media is programming your mind and programming your brain.
If you think you watch a lot of television, listen to this.
50% off, 50% off, 50% off. 50% off, 50% off designer. Buy smart. 50% off, 50% off. $11 million worth of merchandise, $11 million worth of merchandise.
We are using, in this tape, the new media of digital, multimedia, audiographic overload, attempting to create a state of open-mindedness, pleasant vulnerability, in which we will inform and imprint the messages of the sponsor. Use your head, learn how to operate your brain. To operate your brain, you must understand how to use your eyes. Oh, say, can you see? Oh, say, can't you see what's being done to your eyes? Who controls your eyeballs controls your mind, imprints your brain. Oh, say, can't you see that the messages that hit your eyeballs in modern television are creating realities, imprinting messages, from the sponsors, who are not usually interested in your learning how to design your own realities. Warning, 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 warning. Who controls your screens, controls, programs your mind. Your eyes are the windows of your brain. The eyes are extensions of your brain. The eyes are made up of hundreds of layers of neurons, rods, and cones. Your eyeballs deal with one energy. It's light. Through your eyes come illumination, vision, perception, enlightenment, illumination. Your eyes are the windows of your soul. Who controls your eyeballs programs your brain. Learn how to dial, fine-tune your eyeballs. Learn how to unfocus your eyes, dilate your pupils. Learn how to open up to illumination and light, and then refocus and redesign with your own linear order, your own designs, your own language. In the 60s, we said power to the people. In the 90s, in the digital multimedia 90s, we say power to the pupil. Illuminate and light and light and light and vision, vision, vision. Light waves, sound waves, light waves. Open eyes, open minds, open your brain. Learn how to send messages using electrons. Your brain loves light. Who controls your eyeballs? Programs your mind. We're also passing on in this demonstration the message of Ralph Waldo Emerson, the first and probably the greatest American philosopher, who said, "Divinity lies within. Don't look to the churches or to the big marbled institutions. Your divinity lies within. You must learn to operate your brain, operate your soul, learn how to communicate brain to brain, soul to soul with other people. Your divinity lies within." realities. If you operate your own brain skillfully, you can learn to design your own realities, learn how to communicate in the language of the brain, electrons and photons. We are doing this now. We're sending messages from our brains using the vehicle of electrons and photons to your eyeballs. As we watch this screen, our minds are bedazzled, our minds are softened, our linear, sharp, logical thinking is gentle, and we're communicating brain to brain. We're using the electron, computer circuits, to feed each other's brains with light. This is the first paragraph, the first attempt, the first child's primer in how to communicate using both the orderly left brain and the chaotic, confusing language of photons and electrons. The brain is a photovore. Your brain, my brain, our brains live on light, just as the body needs air and carbohydrates. Our brains are starved for light, for illumination, for revelation. Use your head, learn how to operate your brain. The brain is designed to design realities. Marshall McLuhan made the prophecy. He told us that the aim of evolution is for us to use media to create what we all want, the global village, the language which can be understood by every human being, by every brain, the basic language of humanity, the language of the brain. Lights, sounds, rhythms, pulsating your bones, moving your body. We all know this language. We can all sing and dance this language of electrons, of radio waves, of rhythms. Now we have digital communication. We can create our fantasies. We can create our rhythms. Design on screens. A new language will develop. A global language, not based on letters, not based on grammars, a language which we all understand, based on clusters and waves of light and sound. We all understand. We all celebrate. We all glory in the light, the illumination, the contact, the intersection, the interaction around the world. The language of form. We will create a language of international, global brain link-up. Anyone in any culture watching this screen will get the general picture. It's one global village. It's one global human spirit, one global human race. As we link up through screens, linked by electrons and photons, we will create for the first time a global humanity, not separated by words or minds or nationalities or religious biases. Now, listen to the message from the sponsor. There is one global human race. We are just now learning to communicate brain to brain, soul to soul. Confused, unfocused mind. Your
Now, you might catch yourself sliding.
Change Your Brain, Timothy Leary. Chapter 15. Developing Creativity. Until recently, no psychologist could explain why genius emerges and how it could be nurtured. Or, even more unthinkable, how genius could be produced, because this implies improving the species beyond the level of the hive leaders. A paper on creativity which I wrote in the barbarous period circa 1962, emphasized one's choice over one's own behavior and brain changes. To describe externals, you become a scientist. To describe externals, you become a scientist. To describe experience, you become an artist. The old distinction between artists and scientists must vanish. Every time we teach a child correct usage of an external symbol, we must spend as much time teaching him how to fission and reassemble external grammar to communicate the internal. The training of artists and creative performers can be a straightforward, almost mechanical process. When you teach someone how to perform creatively, i.e., associate dead symbols in new combinations, you expand his potential for experiencing more widely and richly. Binocular approach. Johnny is assigned an essay on a day at the county fair. He writes an essay like a police evidence report. Accurate observation tells him about external movements on the fairgrounds. He is then assigned to write, "My experience at the county fair." Here he reassembles the jumble of smells, sounds, memories, images in the style of James Joyce or William Burroughs. Every word in the dictionary can be combined in endlessly new sequences. Every paragraph in the encyclopedia or any other publication becomes a paint pot in which we can dip our experiential brush. Photographs, paintings, objects can be reassembled into new forms to express an experience non-verbally. The work of Bruce Conner, the eccentric garbage can assembler, is a good example. On his painting board, Conner nails a burlesque poster, a worn-out brassiere, a faded hat feather, a tattered perfume ad. He covers the whole with transparent nylon hosiery and communicates the poignancy of sexual disillusionment. A binocular technique could be taught in primary school. This technique could be taught in primary school. In art class, Johnny is told to describe a flower, then is asked to cut up and reassemble to communicate his experience of the flower. This binocular approach to education teaches the philosophic distinction between subject matter and reality, between objective, consensual fact and subjective truth. Beyond external language, we play with a very limited set of Sears Roebuck symbols. The vocabulary of external reference covers the most prosaic and game-limited fragment of experience. We play with a very limited set of Sears Roebuck symbols. Zibsky suggested increasing semantic breadth and accuracy by a numerical code. Instead of apple, we have apple 1, apple 2, etc. Combining, reassembling words also multiplies their expressive potential, but we are still left with a lexicography basically designed for describing visible, objective space-tune movements. Language of games, but experience is widely subjective. It transcends games. In constructing a vocabulary and grammar of internal reactions, where do we begin? One starting place is the language of games that claim to be transcendental or experiential. Philosophies of the East are concerned with the internal, i.e., the neurological. Their ontologies, epistemologies, and logics are the despair of the Western scholar attuned to an external philosophy. We are told that Sanskrit, compared to English, contains about 40 times the number of references to experiential events. It is no accident that most non-psychiatric researchers in the psychedelic field found it useful to borrow the terminology of Oriental philosophy. But it is pointless to teach our children experiential Sanskrit, because it is still a language of words, far removed from the speed and flow of experience. Transcending verbal symbol imprinting to experience directly, we must transcend the verbal symbol imprint, experience energy flow directly, receive energy messages directly. The future language of experience will be based directly on the concepts and technology of light, sound, cellular movement, sympathetic, parasympathetic nervous system imagery, direct replication of energy flow. Consciousness is a biochemical neurological decoding that takes place at many levels of the nervous system. Units of the language will be based on units for measuring and describing these energy transformations. We ostracize those who try to turn us on by social isolation, censorship, and legal restrictions. In the 21st century, we shall all talk like physicists. Communication about external events is science. All men are good or bad scientists when they describe external events. But men must become artists to describe internal events. In developing systems for communicating experience, how can we transmit energy patterns to turn on the receiver, i.e., directly stimulate the nerve system, bypassing the receiver's symbol system? Most of us are terrified by free neurological energy. We resist being turned on. We ostracize those who The primary clear light seen at the moment of ego loss. A.R.T. The primary clear light seen at the moment of ego loss. All individuals who have received the practical teachings of this manual will, if the text be remembered, be set face to face with the ecstatic radiance and will win illumination instantaneously, without entering upon hallucinatory struggles and without further suffering on the age-long pathway of normal evolution which traverses the various worlds of game existence. This doctrine underlies the whole of the Tibetan model. Faith is the first step on the secret pathway. Then comes illumination and with it certainty, and when the goal is won, emancipation. Success implies very unusual preparation and consciousness expansion, as well as much calm, compassionate game playing, good karma on the part of the participant. If the participant can be made to see and to grasp the idea of the empty mind as soon as the guide reveals it, that is to say, if he has the power to die consciously, and, at the supreme moment of quitting the ego, can recognize the ecstasy which will dawn upon him then, and become one with it, all game bonds of illusion are broken asunder immediately. The dreamer is awakened into reality simultaneously with the mighty achievement of recognition. It is best if the guru, spiritual teacher, from whom the participant received guiding instructions, is present, but if the guru cannot be present, then another experienced person, or if the latter is also unavailable, then a person whom the participant trusts should be available to read this manual without imposing any of his own games. Thereby the participant will be put in mind of what he had previously heard of the experience and will at once come to recognize the fundamental light and undoubtedly obtain liberation. Liberation is the nerve system devoid of mental conceptual activity. Realization of the voidness, the unbecome, the unborn, the unmade, the unformed, implies Buddhahood, perfect enlightenment, the state of the divine mind of the Buddha. It may be helpful to remember that this ancient doctrine is not in conflict with modern physics. The theoretical physicist and cosmologist, George Gamow, presented in 1950 a viewpoint which is close to the phenomenological experience described by the Tibetan Lamas. If we imagine history running back in time, we inevitably come to the epoch of the Big Squeeze with all the galaxies, stars, atoms and atomic nuclei squeezed, so to speak, to a pulp. During that early stage of evolution, matter must have been dissociated into its elementary components. We call this primordial mixture ilm. At this first point in the evolution of the present cycle, according to this first-rank physicist, there existed only the unbecome, the unborn, the unformed. And this, according to astrophysicists, is the way it will end, the silent unity of the unformed. The Tibetan Buddhists suggest that the uncluttered intellect can experience what astrophysics confirms. The Buddha Vairoshana, the Dhyani Buddha of the center, manifester of phenomena, is the highest path to enlightenment. As the source of all organic life, in him all things visible and invisible have their consummation and absorption. He is associated with the central realm of the densely packed, i.e., the seed of all universal forces and things are densely packed together. This remarkable convergence of modern astrophysics and ancient Lamaism demands no complicated explanation. The cosmological awareness and awareness of every other natural process is there in the cortex. You can confirm this preconceptual mystical knowledge by empirical observation and measurement, but it's all there inside your skull. Your neurons know because they are linked directly to the process, are part of it. The mind in its conditioned state, that is to say, when limited to words and ego games, is continuously in thought formation activity. The nerve system in a state of quiescence, alert, awake but not active is comparable to what Buddhists 12 call the highest state of dhyana, deep meditation when still united to a human body. The conscious recognition of the clear light induces an ecstatic condition of consciousness such as saints and mystics of the West have called illumination. The first sign is the glimpsing of the clear light of reality, the infallible mind of the pure mystic state. This is the awareness of energy transformations with no imposition of mental categories. The duration of this state varies with the individual. It depends upon experience, security, trust, preparation and the surroundings. In those who have had even a little practical experience of the tranquil state of non-game awareness, and in those who have happy games, the state can last from 30 minutes to several hours. In this state, realization of what mystics call the ultimate truth is possible, provided that sufficient preparation has been made by the person beforehand. Otherwise he cannot benefit now, and must wander on into lower and lower conditions of hallucinations, as determined by his past games, until he drops back to routine reality. It is important to remember that the conscious expansion process is the reverse of the birth process, birth being the beginning of game life and the ego loss experience being a temporary ending of game life. But in both there is a passing from one state of consciousness into another. And just as an infant must wake up and learn from experience the nature of this world, so likewise a person at the moment of consciousness expansion must wake up in this new brilliant world and become familiar with its own peculiar conditions. In those who are heavily dependent on their ego games, and who dread giving up their control, the illuminated state endures only so long as it would take to snap a finger. In some, it lasts as long as the time taken for eating a meal. If the subject is prepared to diagnose the symptoms of ego loss, he needs no outside help at this point. Not only should the person about to give up his ego be able to diagnose the symptoms as they come, one by one, but he should also be able to recognize the clear light without being set face to face with it by another person. If the person fails to recognize and accept the onset of ego loss, he may complain of strange bodily symptoms. This shows that he has not reached a liberated state. Then the guide or friend should explain the symptoms as indicating the onset of ego loss. Here is a list of commonly reported physical sensations. 1. Bodily pressure, which the Tibetans call earth sinking into water. 2. Clammy coldness, followed by feverish heat, which the Tibetans call water sinking into fire. 3. Body disintegrating or blown to atoms, called fire sinking into air. 4. Pressure on head and ears, which Americans call rocket launching into space. 5. Tingling in extremities. 6. Feelings of body melting or flowing as if wax. 7. Nausea. 8. Trembling or shaking, beginning in pelvic regions and spreading up torso. These physical reactions should be recognized as signs heralding transcendence. Avoid treating them as symptoms of illness. Accept them, merge with them, enjoy them. Mild nausea occurs often with the ingestion of morning glory seeds or peyote, rarely with mescaline and infrequently with LSD or psilocybin. If the 13 subject experiences stomach messages, they should be hailed as a sign that consciousness is moving around in the body. The symptoms are mental, the mind controls the sensation, and the subject should merge with the sensation, experience it fully, enjoy it and, having enjoyed it, let consciousness flow on to the next phase. It is usually more natural to let consciousness stay in the body. The subject's attention can move from the stomach and concentrate on breathing, heartbeat. If this does not free him from nausea, the guide should move the consciousness to external events, music, walking in the garden, etc. The appearance of physical symptoms of ego loss, recognized and understood, should result in peaceful attainment of illumination. If ecstatic acceptance does not occur, or when the period of peaceful silence seems to be ending, the relevant sections of the instructions can be spoken in a low tone of voice in the ear. It is often useful to repeat them distinctly, clearly impressing them upon the person so as to prevent his mind from wandering. Another method of guiding the experience with a minimum of activity is to have the instructions previously recorded in the subject's own voice and to flip the tape on at the appropriate The reading will recall to the mind of the voyager the former preparation. It will cause the naked consciousness to be recognized as the clear light of the beginning. It will remind the subject of his unity with this state of perfect enlightenment and help him to maintain it. If, when undergoing ego loss, one is familiar with this state, by virtue of previous experience and preparation, the wheel of rebirth, i.e., all game playing, is stopped, and liberation instantaneously is achieved. But such spiritual efficiency is so very rare, that the normal mental condition of the person is unequal to the supreme feat of holding on to the state in which the clear light shines, and there follows a progressive descent into lower and lower states of the bardo existence, and then rebirth. The simile of a needle balanced and set rolling on a thread is used by the lamas to elucidate this condition. So long as the needle retains its balance, it remains on the thread. Eventually, however, the law of gravitation, the pull of the ego or external stimulation, affects it, and it falls. In the realm of the clear light, similarly, the mentality of a person in the ego-transcendent state momentarily enjoys a condition of balance, of perfect equilibrium, and of oneness. Unfamiliar with such a state, which is an ecstate state of non-ego, the consciousness of the average human being lacks the power to function in it. Karmic, i.e., game, propensities becloud the consciousness principle with thoughts of personality, of individualized being, of dualism. Thus, losing equilibrium, consciousness falls away from the clear light. It is thought processes which prevent the realization of nirvana, which is the blowing out of the flame of selfish game desire, and so the wheel of life continues to turn. All or some of the appropriate passages in the instructions may be read to the voyager during the period of waiting for the drug to take effect, and when the first symptoms of ego loss appear. When the voyager is clearly in a profound ego-transcendent ecstasy, the wise guide will remain silent. Part 2. The secondary clear light seen immediately after ego loss. The preceding section describes how the clear light may be recognized and liberation maintained. But if it becomes apparent that the primary clear light has not been recognized, then it can certainly be assumed there is dawning what is called the phase of the secondary clear light. The first flash of experience usually produces a state of ecstasy of the greatest intensity. Every cell in the body is sensed as involved in orgastic creativity. It may be helpful to describe in more detail some of the phenomena which often accompany the moment of ego loss. One of these might be called wave 14 energy flow. The individual becomes aware that he is part of and surrounded by a charged field of energy, which seems almost electrical. In order to maintain the ego loss state as long as possible, the prepared person will relax and allow the forces to flow through him. There are two dangers to avoid: the attempt to control or to rationalize this energy flow. Either of these reactions is indicative of ego activity and the first bardo transcendence is lost. The second phenomenon might be called biological life flow. Here the person becomes aware of physiological and biochemical processes, rhythmic pulsing activity within the body. Often this may be sensed as powerful motors or generators continuously throbbing and radiating energy. An endless flow of cellular forms and colors flashes by. Internal biological processes may also be heard with characteristic swooshing, crackling, and pounding noises. Again, the person must resist the temptation to label or control these processes. At this point you are tuned into areas of the nerve system which are inaccessible to routine perception. You cannot drag your ego into the molecular processes of life. These processes are 1 billion years older than the learned conceptual mind. Another typical and most rewarding phase of the first bardo involves ecstatic energy movement felt in the spine. The base of the backbone seems to be melting or seems on fire. If the person can maintain quiet concentration, the energy will be sensed as flowing upwards. Tantric adepts devote decades of concentrated meditation to the release of these ecstatic energies, which they call kundalini, the serpent power. One allows the energies to travel upwards through several ganglionic centers, chakras, to the brain, where they are sensed as a burning sensation in the top of the cranium. These sensations are not unpleasant to the prepared person, but, on the contrary, are accompanied by the most intense feelings of joy and illumination. Ill-prepared subjects may interpret the experience in pathological terms and attempt to control it, usually with unpleasant results. Professor R.C. Zener, who as an Oriental scholar and expert on mysticism should have known better, has published an account of how this prize experience can be lost and distorted into hypochondriacal complaint in the ill-educated. I had a curious sensation in my body which reminded me of what Mr. Stans describes as a tingling at the base of the spine, which according to him, usually precedes a bout of mania. It was rather like that. In the broad walk the sensation occurred again and again until the climax of the experiment was reached. I did not like it at all. R.C. Zener, Mysticism, Sacred and Profane. Oxford University Press, 1957, p. 214. If the subject fails to recognize the rushing flow of first Bardo phenomena, liberation from the ego is lost. The person finds himself slipping back into mental activities. At this point he should try to recall the instructions or be reminded of them, and a second contact with these processes can be made. The second stage is less intense. A ball set bouncing reaches its greatest height at the first bounce. The second bounce is lower, and each succeeding bounce is still lower until the ball comes to rest. The consciousness at the loss of the ego is similar to this. Its first spiritual bound, directly upon leaving the body ego, is the highest, the next is lower. Then the force of karma, i.e., past game playing, takes over and different forms of external reality are experienced. Finally, returns to normal. Routines are taken up again and thus rebirth occurs. The first ecstasy usually ends with a momentary flashback to the ego condition. This return can be happy or sad, loving or suspicious, fearful or courageous, depending on the personality, the preparation, and the setting. This flashback to the ego game is accompanied by a concern with identity. Who am I now? Am I dead or not dead? What is happening? You cannot determine. You see the surroundings and your companions as you had been used to seeing them before. There is a penetrating sensitivity, but you are on a different level. Your ego grasp is not quite as sure as it was. The karmic hallucinations, neither the frightening apparitions nor the heavenly visions have begun. This is a most sensitive and pregnant period. The remainder of the experience can be pushed one way or another depending upon preparation and emotional climate. If you are experienced in consciousness alteration, or if you are a naturally introverted person, remember the situation and the schedule. Stay calm and let the experience take you where it will. You will probably re-experience the ecstasy of illumination once again, or you may drift into aesthetic or philosophic or interpersonal enlightenments. Don't hold on. Let the stream carry you along. The experienced person is usually beyond dependence on setting. He can turn off external pressure and return to illumination. An extroverted person, dependent upon social games and outside situations may, however, become pleasantly distracted. Colors, sounds, people. If you anticipate extroverted distraction and if you want to maintain a non-game state of ecstasy, then remember the following suggestions. Do not be distracted. Try to concentrate on an ideal contemplative personage, e.g., Buddha, Christ, Socrates, Ramakrishna, Einstein, Hermann Hesse or Lao Tse. Follow his model as if he were a being with a physical body waiting for you. Join him. If this is not successful, don't fret or think about it. Perhaps you don't have a mystical or transcendental ideal. That means your conceptual limits are within external games. Now that you know what the mystic experience is, you can prepare for it next time. You have lost the content-free flow and should now be ready to slip into exciting confrontation with external reality. In the second bardo you can rehash and deeply experience game revelations. We have just anticipated the reactions of the naturally mystical introvert, the experienced person, and the extrovert. Now let's turn to the novitiate who shows confusion at this early stage of the sequence. The best procedure is to make a reassuring sign and do nothing. He will have read this manual and will have some guidepost. Leave him alone and he will probably dive into his panic and master it. If he indicates that he wishes guidance, repeat the instructions. Tell him what is happening. Remind him of his phase in the process. Urge him quietly to release his ego struggle and drift back into contact with the clear light. Preparation and guidance of this sort will allow many to reach the illuminated state who would not be expected to recognize it. At this point, it is necessary to inject a word of benign warning. Reading this manual is extremely useful, but no words can communicate experience. You are going to be surprised, startled and delighted. A person may have heard a detailed description of the art of swimming and yet never had the chance to swim. Suddenly diving into the water, he finds himself unable to swim. So with those who have tried to learn the theory of how to experience ego loss, and have never applied it. They cannot maintain unbroken continuity of consciousness. They grow bewildered at the changed condition. They fail to maintain the mystical ecstasy. They fail to take advantage of the opportunity unless upheld and directed by a guide. Even with all that a guide can do, they ordinarily, because of bad karma, heavy ego games, fail to recognize the liberation. But this is no cause for worry. At the worst, they just slip back to shore. No one has drowned, and most of those who have taken the voyage have been eager to try again. Even those who have familiarized themselves with the roadmaps and who previously have had illumination, may find themselves in settings where heavy game behavior on the part of others forces them into contact with external reality. If this happens, recall the instructions. The person who masters this principle can block out the external. The one who has mastered control of consciousness is independent of setting. Again, there are those who, although previously successful, may have brought ego games into the session with them. They may want to provide someone else with a particular type of experience. They may be promoting some self-goal. They may be nurturing negative or competitive or seductive feelings towards someone in the session. If this happens, recall the instructions. Remember the unity of all beings. One to me is shame and fame. One to me is loss or gain. Jettison your ego program and float back to the radiant bliss of at oneness. If you reach the clear light immediately and maintain it, that is best. But if not, if you have slipped down to reality concerns, by remembering these instructions you should be able to regain what the Tibetans call the secondary clear light. While on this secondary level, an interesting dialogue occurs between pure transcendence and the awareness that this ecstatic vision is happening to oneself. The first radiance knows no self, no concepts. The secondary experience involves a certain state of conceptual lucidity. The knowing self hovers within that transcendent terrain from which it is usually barred. If the instructions are remembered, external reality will not intrude. But the flashing in and out between pure egoless unity and lucid, non-game selfhood produces an intellectual ecstasy and understanding that defies description. Previous philosophic reading will suddenly take on living meaning. Thus in this secondary stage of the first bardo, there is possible both the mystic non-self and the mystic self-experience. After you have experienced these two states, you may wish to pursue this distinction intellectually. We are confronted here with one of the oldest debates in Eastern philosophy. Is it better to be part of the sugar or to taste the sugar? Theological controversies and their dualities are far removed from experience. Thanks to the experimental mysticism made possible by consciousness-expanding drugs, you may have been lucky enough to have experienced the flashing back and forth between the two states. You may be lucky enough to know what the academic monks could only think about. Here ends. Politics of Ecstasy. The Youth Revolutions of the 20th Century. By Timothy Leary. Ecstasy, the experience of attaining freedom from limitations, either self-imposed or external, a state of exalted delight in which normal understanding is felt to be surpassed. FH greater than M. The Greek, ecstasis. By definition, ecstasy is ongoing on-off process. It requires a continual sequence of dropping out. On those occasions when many individuals share the ecstatic experience at the same time, they create a brief-lived counterculture. Synonyms: euphoria, high, rush, delight, bliss, elation, enchantment, joy, nirvana, rapture. Stasis, standing, a standstill. Please allow me to reintroduce this book called, so prophetically, The Politics of Ecstasy. I can modestly praise this magnificent, audacious, oxymoronic, oxygeneric title because it was given to me by Abby Hoffman, to whom I rededicate this book. I am writing this on November 9, 1989, the day after the Berlin Wall came crumbling down. Written another wonderful chapter in the history of the post-political youth revolutions of the last 2 decades. You saw the faces of the young East Germans who, for the first time in their lives, were experiencing freedom. You saw the faces of the young West Germans who danced on the top of the wall gleaming with exultation as they watched their Eastern relatives turn onto the hit, tune into the rush of freedom, and drop out of the past. You saw that on the faces of the people at the pro-choice demonstrations around the U.S. 4 days later. 1. The Politics of Ecstasy. 2. What do you call that state of consciousness?
Timothy Leary,
I would call it
Ph.D.
ecstasy.
Ralph Metzner,
Hey,
Ph.D.
I know this
and Richard
experience
Alpert,
when I
Ph.D.
see it.
The authors were
For the last
engaged in a
30 years,
program
I
of
have been
experiments
watching
with LSD
intoxicated
and other
insight
psychedelic
explode on
drugs at
tactless
Harvard
asterisk
University
faces.
until
You haven't
sensational
forgotten,
national
have
publicity,
you?
unfairly
Surely as you
concentrating on
watched the
student
wall
interest
come
in the
down, you
drugs
remember
led
when it
to the
first
suspension
happened to
of the
you.
experiments.
At Woodstock,
Since then,
or at
the
a
authors
Grateful
have
Dead
continued
concert,
their work
the
without
elation,
academic auspices.
the rapture,
This version
the
of the
comic
Tibetan
relief.
Book of the Dead is
I could
dedicated
feel shimmers of
to
freedom
Aldous Huxley,
rippling
July
up my spine,
26th,
and I bet you do
1894.
too.
November
This
22nd,
night the wall came down,
1963,
like
with
my
profound
brothers and
admiration
sisters in
and
Berlin.
gratitude.
I popped
If you
some
started
bubbly
in
and
the
got
wrong
mildly
way, I said in
intoxicated,
answer to
stoned
the investigators'
high.
questions,
And it is in this
everything
state
that
of
happened
mind
would
that
be
I
a proof
write
of
these
the
celebratory
conspiracy
lines.
against you. It would
We
all be
have been swept up in a
self-validating.
cultural
You
whirlwind
couldn't draw a
revolution
breath
which has
without knowing
country
it
by
was part of
country,
the plot.
continent by
So you
continent,
think you know where
liberated
madness lies?
world in the
My
last
answer
3
was a
decades.
convinced and
The
heartfelt
social
yes.
movement is as
And you
profound
couldn't
as the
control
spread
it?
of feudal
No, I
monotheism,
couldn't
which
control
took
it.
over
If one
10,000
began with
generations,
fear and
as
hate as the
pervasive
major
as the
premise,
growth of
one would have to
industrialism,
go
which
on the
from
conclusion
1456
that you
1960 evolved
My wife asked
2,500
to fix your
generations.
attention on what the Tibetan
And
Book
we
of the
have
Dead
lived through
calls
this
the
even
clear
more
light.
dramatic change
I
in
was
our
doubtful.
lifetime.
Would it keep the
Our
evil
revolution
away
is
if you
creating
could
a
hold
new,
it?
post-political
Or will you not be
society
able to
based on
hold it?
ecstasy,
I
i.e.
considered
the
the
experience of
question for some
individual
time.
freedom.
Perhaps,
This movement
I
is the
answered at
rapture
last.
anticipated
Perhaps I
for the
could,
year
but only
2000.
if there were
It is the
somebody there to
culmination
tell
of
me
the
about the
mystical,
clear light.
transcendental,
One couldn't do
spooky,
it by
hallucinatory
oneself.
dreams
That's
which
the
we have
point.
envisioned
I
in our highest
suppose, at the
psychedelic
Tibetan
MIXL
somebody
open
sitting
states.
there all the time and
What
telling
do
you
we
what's
call
what.
this new movement?
Doors of perception.
Humanism,
5758.
libertarianism, the
General
golden age of the
introduction.
individual
Psychedelic
gods.
Experience is a journey to new
Well,
realms.
here's what we
Consciousness.
call it.
The scope and
Let's
content
loosen
of
up.
the experience is
Let
limitless,
us know
but
each
its
other.
characteristic features
Can't we
are
get
the
a bit
transcendence of
semantically
verbal
loose at this
concepts
moment of
of space-time
realization?
dimensions and
Oh
of
yes,
ego or
I
identity.
remember.
Such
The message of this
experiences
movement is
enlarged
freedom.
consciousness can occur
The
in a
medium of
variety
this
of
movement
ways.
is electronic
Sensory
information.
deprivation, yoga
Marshall McLuhan
exercises,
wouldn't have been
discipline,
surprised.
meditation, religious
This
or
anthem
aesthetic
was broadcast
ecstasies, or
electronically when Martin
spontaneously.
Luther King
Most
dreamed
recently
out
they
loud,
have become
chanting,
available to anyone
"Free
through
at
the
last,
ingestion of
free
psychedelic
at
drugs
last.
such as LSD,
Thank God Almighty,
psilocybin,
sick,
mescaline,
free at last."
DMT,
Look at the faces of those
This is the
assembled in
statement
that
of an
political
ideal,
orgy in
not an
Washington,
actual
D.C.
situation.
See,
In
August 28,
1963. Psychedelic drugs are in the United
They are
States
in ecstasy,
classified as
transported
experimental drugs.
This
That
chant
is,
was repeated
they are
at the
not available on a
A.R.T. Human
prescription
Bee in
basis,
San
but
Francisco.
only to Qualified
1967. It was sung in Paris 1968, at Woodstock 1969, London 1970, Amsterdam 1971, Madrid, Barcelona 1976. Bob Dylan sang it. We ain't gonna work on Brezhnev farm no more. They sang it at anti-war demonstrations.
It opens
Hell
the
no.
mind.
We won't go.
The nerve system of its ordinary
Abby Hoffman
patterns and
called it
structures.
revolution for the hell
nature
of it.
The experience
Abby.
depends almost entirely
Youth
on set and
Revolutions
setting.
3.
Set denotes the preparation
Claimed to
of
be
the
a
individual,
Marxist, a follower of
including his personality
Groucho, not
structure and
Karl.
his mood at the
Rebellion
time.
with a smile.
Setting is physical.
In the
weather,
1980s,
the
this
room's
goofy,
atmosphere,
hooligan,
social
disreputable,
feelings of
punko,
persons present towards
subversive
one
youth
another,
message was
and
flashed
cultural,
around the globe in
prevailing
electronic
views as to
broadcasts.
what is real.
It was shouted
for
by
this
students
reason that
facing tanks
manuals
in
or
the streets in
guidebooks are
Seoul,
necessary.
in Moscow,
Their purpose
in
is to
Prague,
enable
in
a person to
Budapest,
understand
in
the new
Leipzig,
realities
in
of the
Warsaw,
expanded consciousness,
etc.
to serve as roadmaps
The goals
for
of this new
interior
ecstatic
territories
neo-society
which modern
are to
science has
support,
made
nurture,
accessible.
teach,
Different
protect
explorers
individual
draw
freedom
different
and
maps.
personal growth.
Other manuals are to be
TTR
written
is one
based on
and only
different
function.
models. Scientific,
GOVEMENT
aesthetic,
in the
therapeutic.
post-political age
The Tibetan
to protect
model,
individual
on which
freedom
this
from
manual
threats
is
by
based,
individuals
is
or
designed
groups
to
who
teach
attempt to
the person
limit
direct
personal
and
freedom.
control awareness in such
This
a way as
movement
to
has been
reach
made
that level
possible
of
by
understanding
cybernetic
variously
electronic
called
technology,
liberation, illumination,
mind-ending drugs and
enlightenment.
mind-LINTD
If
and
the
G
manual
quantum
is read several
appliances.
times before a session
This
is
individual
attempted,
freedom
and if a
movement is
trusted
new to
person
human
is there to
history
remind
because it
and
is not
refresh
based
the
on
memory of the
geography,
voyager during the
politics,
experience,
class,
the
or
consciousness
religion.
will be freed
It
from
has
the
to
gains
do
which
not with
comprise
changes in the political
personality
structure,
and from
nor in who
positive-negative
controls the
hallucinations,
police,
which often
but in the
accompany
individual
states of
mind.
expanded
It
awareness.
involves
The
thinking
Tibetan
for
Book of the
yourself.
Dead was called
It
in its own
concerns
language
intelligence,
the
personal access to information,
liberation by
and
hearing on the
anti-ideological
after-death plane.
reliance on common
The book
sense,
stresses
mental
over and over that the
proficiency,
free consciousness has only
raising,
to hear and
street
remember
smarts,
the teachings in order
good-natured
to be
sexual
liberated.
sophistication,
The Tibetan
intelligent
Book of the Dead is
consumerism,
ostensibly able
personal
describing
communication
the
skills.
experiences to be expected at the
The
moment
rapid
of
spread
death,
of this
during an
ecstatic spirit is
intermediate
due to
phase
the
lasting
recent
49,
availability of
7
brain
times
change
7
neurotransmitters
days,
and
during
electronic
rebirth
communication appliances accessible to individuals. When these psychedelic foods activate the brain and when these electronic devices start gushing electronic information, people's minds begin opening. The psychedelic cybernetic revolution is happening all over the world. In the 1970s the new outsiders emerged in Western Europe, and by 1988 the sandhill European states were renouncing war and coming together in common sense community. The walls just keep crumbling down. The signs are always the same. Young minds exposed to neurological freedom and the free spray of electronic information suddenly blossom like flowers in the spring. In June 1989 in Tiananmen Square the world witnessed another dramatic encounter between the young ex-stasis and the old stasis. The Chinese students just replayed Woodstock. The geriatric Chinese dictators replayed Kent State. This explosion of consciousness information communication turned the Cold War into an old war, a generational conflict between those born before 1945 and those born after Hiroshima and Nagasaki who are creating, across national boundaries, a new species post-atomic, post-industrial, post-political, the first psychedelic cybernetic generation in human history, individuals who prize intelligence and facts and personal,
the traditional pre-Buddhist
the politics
Tibetan
of
religion
ecstasy,
were skillfully blended with Buddhist conceptions. The esoteric meaning, as it has been interpreted in this manual, is that it is death and rebirth that is described, not of the body. Lama Govinda indicates this clearly in his introduction when he writes, "It is a book for the living as well as the dying." The book's esoteric meaning is often concealed beneath many layers of symbolism. It was not intended for general reading. It was designed to be understood only by one who is to be initiated personally by a guru into the Buddhist mystical doctrines, into the pre-MORTEM-death-rebirth experience. These doctrines have been kept a closely guarded secret for many centuries, for fear that naive or careless application would do harm. In translating such an esoteric text, therefore, there are 2 steps: 1, the rendering of the original text into English, and 2, the practical interpretation of the text for its uses.
In publishing his practical interpretation for use in the psychedelic drug session, we are in a sense breaking with the tradition of secrecy and thus contravening the teachings of the Lama gurus. However, the step is justified on the grounds that the manual will not be understood by anyone who has not had a consciousness-expanding experience, and that there are signs that the Lamas themselves, after their recent diaspora, wish to make their teachings available to a wider public. Following the Tibetan model then, we distinguish three phases of the psychedelic experience. The first period, Chikhi Bardo, is that of complete transcendence, beyond words, beyond space-time, beyond self. There are no visions, no sense of self, no thoughts. There are only pure awareness and ecstatic freedom from all game and biological involvements. Games are behavioral sequences defined by roles, rules, rituals, goals, strategies, values, language, characteristic space-time locations, and characteristic patterns of movement. Any behavior not having these 9 features is non-game. This includes physiological reflexes, spontaneous play, and transcendent awareness. The second lengthy period involves self, or external game reality, Chanya Bardo, in sharp exquisite clarity or in the form of hallucinations, karmic apparitions. The final period, Siddha Bardo, involves the return to routine game reality and the self. For most persons the second, aesthetic or hallucinatory stage is the longest. For the initiated the first stage of illumination lasts longer. For the unprepared, the heavy game players, those who anxiously cling to their egos, and for those who take the drug in a non-supportive setting, the struggle to regain reality begins early and usually lasts to the end of their session. Words like these are static, whereas the psychedelic experience is fluid and ever-changing. Typically the subject's consciousness flicks in and out of these 3 levels with rapid oscillations. One purpose of this manual is to enable the person to regain the transcendence of the first bardo and to avoid prolonged entrapments in hallucinatory or ego-dominated game patterns. The basic trusts and beliefs. You must be ready to accept the possibility that there is a limitless range of awareness for which we now have no words. That awareness can expand beyond range of your ego, yourself, your familiar identity, beyond everything you have learned, beyond your notions of space and time, beyond the differences which usually separate people from each other and from the world around them. You must remember that throughout human history, millions have made this voyage. A few, whom we call mystics, saints or Buddhists, have made this experience and have communicated it to their fellow men. You must remember, too, that the experience is safe. At the very worst, you will end up the same person who entered the experience, and that all of the dangers which you have feared are unnecessary productions of your mind. Whether you experience heaven or hell, remember that it is your mind which creates them. Avoid grasping the one or fleeing the other. Avoid imposing the ego game on the experience. You must try to maintain faith and trust in the potentiality of your own brain and the billion-year-old life process. With your ego left behind you, the brain can't go wrong. Try to keep the memory of a trusted friend or respected person whose name can serve as a guide and protection. Trust your divinity, trust your brain, trust your companions. Whenever in doubt, turn off your mind, relax, float downstream. After reading this guide, the prepared person should be able, at the very beginning of his experience, to move directly to a state of non-game ecstasy and deep revelation. But if you are not well prepared, or if there is game distraction around you, you will find yourself dropping back. If this happens, then the instructions in Part 4 should help you regain and maintain liberation. Liberation in this context does not necessarily imply, especially in the case of the average person, the liberation of nirvana, but chiefly a liberation of the life flux from the ego, in such a manner as will afford the greatest 3 possible consciousness and consequent happy rebirth. Yet for the very experienced and very highly efficient person, the same esoteric process of transference, readers interested in a more detailed discussion of the process of transference are referred to Tibetan Yoga and Secret Doctrines, edited by W. Y. Evans Wentz, Oxford University Press, 1958, can be, according to the Lama Gurus, so employed as to prevent any break in the flow of the stream of consciousness, from the moment of the ego loss to the moment of a conscious rebirth, 8 hours later. Judging from the translation made by the late Lama Kazi Dawasamdub, of an old Tibetan manuscript containing practical directions for ego loss states, the ability to maintain a non-game ecstasy throughout the entire experience is possessed only by persons trained in mental concentration, or one-pointedness of mind, to such a high degree of proficiency as to be able to control all the mental functions and to shut out the distractions of the outside world. Evans Wentz, p. 86, Note 2. This manual is divided into 4 parts. The first part is introductory. The second is a step-by-step description of a psychedelic experience based directly on the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The third part contains practical suggestions on how to prepare for and conduct a psychedelic session. The fourth part contains instructive passages adapted from the Bardo Thodo, which may be read to the voyager during the session, to facilitate the movement of consciousness.
Alan was the king of the Czechoslovakian Students' May Day Parade in Prague, of all places, in
published with
1964. The next day, after the party officials realized what Alan had in mind for Czech youth, they promptly deported him.
The commentary
Talk
by
about
Carl
politics
Jung,
of
the
ecstasy.
Swiss psychoanalyst.
The
And
current
by Lama
liberation
Govinda,
movements in
an
Eastern Europe
initiate of
are
one of
indebted
the
deeply
principal
to
Buddhist
TI
orders
beats of the
Tibet.
1950s.
A tribute to W.
The original Love
Y.
and Be in San
Evans
Francisco,
Wentz, Dr.
January
Evans Wentz, who literally
1967,
sat
was
at
the
the
dawning
feet
of the
Tibetan
psychedelic
Lama for
cybernetic
years
age,
in order to
or
acquire his
glasnost,
wisdom.
as
Not
we
only
call it
displays
now.
a deeply sympathetic
This
interest
first
in
Love
those
and Being was
esoteric
not
doctrines
organized
so
in the traditional
characteristic of
way.
the genius of
The word
East,
got out
but
via the
likewise
underground
possesses
press
the
and
rare faculty
progressive,
of making them
free-form
more or
radio
less
stations.
intelligible to the layman.
When Jerry Rubin jumped
Quoted
on
from a
stage
book
and
review
tried to run a
Anthropology
political
on the back
scam,
of the
no
Oxford
one
University
listened.
Press
3
edition
months
of the
later, the
Tibetan
Pop
Book of the
Festival in
Dead,
Monterey,
W.
California harnessed the new youthful
Evans
psychedelic
Wentz is a
spirit
great
to
scholar
electrically
who devoted
amplified
his
music.
mature years to the role of bridge
Ecstatic
and
youth
shuttle
plus
between
electronics.
Tibet and the West,
The
like an
first
RNA
edition of the
molecule
Politics of
activating the
Ecstasy
latter
as
with the
paired in
coded message of the
1968.
former. No greater
The first
tribute
wave
could be
of
paid to the
post-Hiroshima
work of this
electronic
academic
children had
liberator
risen
than
till he
to
reached
base
the
our
age of
psychedelic
21.
manual upon his
Politics
insights
of
and to
Ecstasy
quote
was a
directly
dramatic
his comments
departure
on
from the previous
message of this
texts we
book.
sober Harvard
Messages
psychometricians
that the
had
art
written
of
about
dying
the
is quite
consciousness
as
expanding
important as
foods
the art
and
of
drugs.
living, or of
The
coming into
psychedelic
birth,
experience
of
and
which is the
psychedelic
complement
prayers
and
and the
summation
psychedelic
that
reader
the
were
future of
scholarly
being is
texts based on
dependent,
ancient
perhaps
shamanic tradition
entirely,
and designed
upon
to guide
rightly
mature,
controlled death,
thoughtful
as
seekers.
the second part of this
The
volume,
Politics of
setting
Ecstasy
forth the
was
art
written
of
for the enormous new wave of young
emphasizes
people, the
the
first
art of
generation
dying,
of the
as
television
indicated
age,
by the death
who were
word
used to
associated with initiation
tuning
into the
on tuning
mysteries
in
of antiquity,
electronic
and referred
appliances.
to by
It was
Apuleius,
written to
the
provide a
Platonic
supportive
philosopher,
set
himself
for the
an
millions of
initiate, and
psychedelic
by many
users
other
who were
illustrious
learning how to
initiates,
live free.
and as the Egyptian
Much
Book
of it
the
was
Dead
written in a
suggests,
state of
appears
rapturous
to have been
illusion.
far better
A
known
book
to
with
the
this
ancient
reckless
peoples
tide could be
inhabiting
nothing
the
less,
Mediterranean
could it?
countries than it is now by
I
their
used the
descendants in
term
Europe and the
politics to
Americas.
focus on the
To
cultural
those who
social
have passed through the
implications of the
secret
psychedelic
experiencing of
experience.
pre-M.O.R.T.E.
This was
M4
considered by the
right dying
conventional
is
wisdom to be
initiation,
naive.
conferring,
Politics
as does
of
the
Ecstasy.
initiatory death rite,
By
the power to
1969,
control
the power of the
consciously
youth
process of
movement
death
and the
and
counterculture
regeneration.
press and
Evans
underground
Wentz,
radio
P.
drew 500,000 to
X3XIV,
Woodstock,
the Oxford
New
scholar,
York, and
like his great
Youth
predecessor of the
Revolutions
11th century,
7.
Marpa,
Later
the
to the
translator
anti-war
who rendered Indian
demonstrations.
Buddhist texts into
Do you
Tibetan,
remember the
thereby
symbol of the
preserving
short-lived
them from
ecstatic
extinction,
movement?
saw the
The
vital
TV
importance
shot of the
these
young man
doctrines
putting
and
the
made
flower
them
in the gun
accessible to
barrel of the
many.
soldier who
The
was threatening
secret is
him.
no longer
The
hidden.
kids in China
The art
remember.
of dying is quite
Wang
as
Weilin
important
or
as
his
the art of
girlfriend.
living.
The film
A tribute
major
to
sure
Carl Jung
remembered.
psychology is the systematic
Psychedelic
attempt
youth
to
plus
describe
electronic
and explain man's
communication.
behavior, both
There is a
conscious and
Pulitzer,
non-conscious.
maybe even a
The
Nobel
scope of
Prize
study is
awaiting the
broad,
first pundit.
covering the
The
infinite variety of human activity and experience, and it is long. tracing back through the history of the individual, through the history of his ancestors, back through the evolutionary vicissitudes and triumphs which have determined the current status of the species. Most difficult of all, the scope of psychology is complex, dealing as it does with processes which are ever-changing. Little wonder that psychologists, in the face of such complexity, escape into specialization and parochial narrowness. A psychology is based on the available data and the psychologist's ability and willingness to utilize them. The behaviorism and experimentalism of 20th century Western psychology is so narrow as to be mostly trivial. Consciousness is eliminated from the field of inquiry. Social application and social meaning are largely neglected. A curious ritualism is enacted by a priesthood rapidly growing in power and numbers. Eastern psychology, by contrast, offers us a long history of detailed observation and systematization of the range of human consciousness along with an enormous literature of practical methods for controlling and changing consciousness. Western intellectuals tend to dismiss Oriental psychology. The theories of consciousness are seen as occult and mystical. The methods of investigating consciousness change, such as meditation, yoga, monastic retreat, and sensory deprivation, and are seen as alien to scientific investigation. And most damning of all in the eyes of the European scholar, is the alleged disregard of Eastern psychologies for the practical, behavioral and social aspects of life. Such criticism betrays limited concepts and the inability to deal with the available historical data on a meaningful level. The psychologies of the East have always found practical application in the running of the state, in the running of daily life and family. A wealth of guides and handbooks exists. The Book of Tao, the Analects of Confucius, the Gita, the I Ching, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, to mention only the best known. Eastern psychology can be judged in terms of the use of available evidence. The scholars and observers of China, Tibet, and India went as far as their data allowed them. They lacked the findings of modern science and so their metaphors seem vague and poetic. Yet this does not negate their value. Indeed, Eastern philosophic theories dating back 4,000 years adapt readily to the most recent discoveries of nuclear physics, biochemistry, genetics, and astronomy. A major task of any present-day psychology, Eastern or Western, is to construct a frame of reference large enough to incorporate the recent findings of the energy sciences into a revised picture of man. Judged against the criterion of the use of available fact, the greatest psychologists of our century are William James and Carl Jung. To properly compare Jung with Sigmund Freud, we must look at the available data which each man appropriated for his explorations. For Freud it was Darwin, classical thermodynamics, the Old Testament, Renaissance cultural history, and most important, the close overheated atmosphere of the Jewish family. The broader scope of Jung's reference materials assures that his theories will find a greater congeniality with recent developments in the energy sciences and the evolutionary sciences. Both of these men avoided the narrow paths of behaviorism and experimentalism. Both fought to preserve experience and consciousness as an area of scientific research. Both kept open to the advance of scientific theory and both refused to shut off Eastern scholarship from consideration. Jung used for his source of data that most fertile source, the internal. He recognized the rich meaning of the Eastern message. He reacted to that great Rorschach inkblot, the Tao Te Ching. He wrote perceptive brilliant forewords to the I Ching, to the secret of the golden flower, and struggled with the meaning of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. For years, ever since it was first published, the Bardo Thodo has been my constant companion, and to it I owe not only many stimulating ideas and discoveries, but also many fundamental insights. Its philosophy contains the quintessence of Buddhist psychological criticism, and, as such, one can truly say that it is of an unexampled superiority. The Bardo Thodo is in the highest degree psychological in its outlook, but, with us, philosophy and theology are still in the medieval, pre-psychological stage where only the assertions are listened to, explained, defended, criticized and disputed, while the authority that makes them has, by general consent, been deposed as outside the scope of discussion. Metaphysical assertions, however, are statements of the psyche, and are therefore psychological. To the Western mind, which compensates its well-known feelings of resentment by a slavish regard for rational explanations, this obvious truth seems all too obvious, or else it is seen as an inadmissible negation of metaphysical truth. Whenever the Westerner hears the word psychological, it always sounds to him like only psychological. Jung draws upon Oriental conceptions of consciousness to broaden the concept of projection. Not only the wrathful but also the peaceful deities are conceived as samsaric projections of the human psyche, an idea that seems all too obvious to the enlightened European, because it reminds him of his own banal simplifications. But though the European can easily explain away these deities as projections, he would be quite incapable of positing them at the same time as real. The Bardo can do that, because, in certain of its most essential metaphysical premises, it has the enlightened as well as the unenlightened European at a disadvantage. The ever-present, unspoken assumption of the Bardo is the anti-nominal character of all metaphysical assertions, and also the idea of the qualitative difference of the various levels of consciousness and of the metaphysical realities conditioned by them. The background of this unusual book is not the niggardly European, either-or, but a magnificently affirmative, both-and. The statement may appear objectionable to the Western philosopher, for the West loves clarity and unambiguity. Consequently, one philosopher clings to the position, God is, while another clings equally fervently to the negation, God is not. Jung clearly sees the power and breadth of the Tibetan model, but occasionally he fails to grasp its meaning and application. Jung, too, was limited, as we all are, to the social models of his tribe. He was a psychoanalyst, the father of a school. Psychotherapy and psychiatric diagnosis were the two applications which came most naturally to him. Jung misses the central concept of the Tibetan Book. This is not, as Lama Govinda reminds us, a book of the dead. It is a book of the dying, which is to say a book of the living. It is a book of life and how to live. The concept of actual physical death was an exoteric facade adopted to fit the prejudices of the Buddhist tradition in Tibet. Far from being an embalmer's guide, the manual is a detailed account of how to lose the ego, how to break out of personality into new realms of consciousness, and how to avoid the involuntary limiting processes of the ego, how to make the consciousness expansion experience endure in subsequent daily life. Jung struggles with this point. He comes close but never quite clinches it. He had nothing in his conceptual framework which could make practical sense out of the ego loss experience. The Tibetan Book of the Dead, or the Bardo Thodo, is a book of instructions for the dead and dying. Like the Egyptian Book of the Dead, it is meant to be a guide for the dead man during the period of his bardo existence. In this quote, Jung settles for the exoteric and misses the esoteric. In a later quote, it seems to come closer. The instruction given in the Bardo Thodo serves to recall to the dead man the experience of his initiation in the teachings of his guru, for the instruction is, at bottom, nothing less than an initiation of the dead into the Bardo life, just as the initiation of the living was a preparation for the beyond. Such was the case, at least, with all the mystery cults in ancient civilizations from the time of the Egyptian and Eleusinian mysteries. In the initiation of the living, however, this beyond is not a world beyond death, but a reversal of the mind's intentions and outlook, a psychological beyond, or, in Christian terms, a redemption from the trammels of the world and of sin. Redemption is a separation and deliverance from an earlier condition of darkness and unconsciousness, and leads to a condition of illumination and releasedness, to victory and transcendence over everything given. Thus far the Bardo Thodo is, as Dr. Evans Wentz also feels, an initiation process whose purpose it is to restore to the soul the divinity it lost at birth. In still another passage Jung continues the struggle but misses again, nor is the psychological use we make of it, the Tibetan Book, anything but a secondary intention. though one that is possibly sanctioned by Lamaist custom. The real purpose of this singular book is the attempt, which must seem very strange to the educated European of the 20th century, to enlighten the dead on their journey through the regions of the Bardo. The Catholic Church is the only place in the world of the white man where any provision is made for the souls of the departed. In the summary of Lama Govinda's comments which follow, we shall see that the Tibetan commentator, freed from the European concepts of Jung, moves directly to the esoteric and practical meaning of the Tibetan Book. In his autobiography, written in 1960, Jung commits himself wholly to the inner vision and to the wisdom and superior reality of internal perceptions. In 1938, when his Tibetan commentary was written, he was moving in this direction but cautiously and with the ambivalent reservations of the psychiatrist cum mystic. The dead man must desperately resist the dictates of reason, as we understand it, and give up the supremacy of egohood, regarded by reason as sacrosanct. What this means in practice is complete capitulation to the 7 objective powers of the psyche, with all that this entails. A kind of symbological death, corresponding to the judgment of the dead in the Sudpa Bardo. It means the end of all conscious, rational, morally responsible conduct of life, and a voluntary surrender to what the Bardo Thodol calls karmic illusion. Karmic illusion springs from belief in a visionary world of an extremely irrational nature, which neither accords with nor derives from our rational judgments, but is the exclusive product of uninhibited imagination. It is sheer dream or fantasy, and every well-meaning person will instantly caution us against it, nor indeed can one see at first sight what is the difference between fantasies of this kind and the phantasmagoria of a lunatic. Very often only a slight abasement du niveau mental is needed to unleash this world of illusion. The terror and darkness of this moment has its equivalent in the experiences described in the opening sections of the Sudpa Bardo. But the contents of this Bardo also reveal the archetypes, the karmic images which appear first in their terrifying form. The Jhana state is equivalent to a deliberately induced psychosis. The transition, then, from the Sudpa state to the Jhana state is a dangerous reversal of the aims and intentions of the conscious mind. It is a sacrifice of the ego's stability and a surrender to the extreme uncertainty of what must seem like a chaotic riot of phantasmal forms. When Freud coined the phrase that the ego was the true seat of anxiety, he was giving voice to a very true and profound intuition. Fear of self-sacrifice lurks deep in every ego, and this fear is often only the precariously controlled demand of the unconscious forces to burst out in full strength. No one who strives for selfhood individuation is spared this dangerous passage, for that which is feared also belongs to the wholeness of the self, the subhuman, or suprahuman, world of psychic dominance from which the ego originally emancipated itself with enormous effort, and then only partially, for the sake of a more or less illusory freedom. This liberation is certainly a very necessary and very heroic undertaking, but it represents nothing final. It is merely the creation of a subject who, in order to find fulfillment, has still to be confronted by an object. This, at first sight, would appear to be the world, which is swelled out with projections for that very purpose. Here we seek and find our difficulties, here we seek and find our enemy, here we seek and find what is dear and precious to us, and it is comforting to know that all evil and all good is to be found out there, in the visible object, where it can be conquered, punished, destroyed or enjoyed. But nature herself does not allow this paradisal state of innocence to continue forever. There are, and always have been, those who cannot help but see that the world and its experiences are in the nature of a symbol, and that it really reflects something that lies hidden in the subject himself, in his own transsubjective reality. It is from this profound that the Jhana state derives its true meaning, which is why the Jhana Bardo is entitled, the Bardo of the Experiencing of Reality. The reality experienced in the Jhana state is, as the last section of the corresponding Bardo teaches, the reality of thought. The thought forms appear as realities, fantasy takes on real form, and the terrifying dream evoked by karma and played out by the unconscious dominance begins, Jung would not have been surprised by professional and institutional antagonism to psychedelics. He closes his Tibetan commentary with a poignant political aside. The Bardo Thodol began by being a closed book, and so it has remained, no matter what kind of commentaries may be written upon it. For it is a book that will only open itself to spiritual understanding, and this is a capacity which no man is born with, but which he can only acquire through special training and special experience. It is good that such to all intents and purposes useless books exist. They are meant for those queer folk who no longer set much store by the uses, aims, and meaning of present-day civilization, to provide special training for the special experience provided by psychedelic materials is the purpose of this version of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, a tribute to Lama Nyingavika. In the preceding section, the point was made that Eastern philosophy and psychology, poetic, indeterministic, experiential, inward-looking, vaguely evolutionary, open-ended, is more easily adapted to the findings of modern science than the syllogistic, certain, experimental, externalizing logic of Western psychology. The latter imitates the irrelevant rituals of the energy sciences but ignores the data of physics and genetics, the meanings and implications. Even Carl Jung, the most penetrating of the Western psychologists, failed to understand the basic philosophy of the Bardo Thodol. In contrast are the comments on the Tibetan manual by Lama Anagarika Govinda. His opening statement at first glance would cause a Judeo-Christian psychologist to snort in impatience. But a close look at these phrases reveals that they are the poetic statement of the genetic situation as currently described by biochemists and DNA researchers. It may be argued that nobody can talk about death with authority who has not died. And since nobody, apparently, has ever returned from death, how can anybody know what death is, or what happens after it? The Tibetan will answer, there is not one person, indeed, not one living being, that has not returned from death. In fact, we all have died many deaths before we came into this incarnation. And what we call birth is merely the reverse side of death, like one of the two sides of a coin, or like a door which we call entrance, from outside and exit, from inside a room. The Lama then goes on to make a second poetic comment about the potentialities of the nerve system, the complexity of the human cortical computer. It is much more astonishing that not everybody remembers his or her previous death, and, because of this lack of remembering, most persons do not believe there was a previous death. But, likewise, they do not remember their recent birth, and yet they do not doubt that they were recently born. They forget that active memory is only a small part of our normal consciousness, and that our subconscious memory registers and preserves every past impression and experience which our waking mind fails to recall. The Lama then proceeds to slice directly to the esoteric meaning of the Bardo Thodol, that core meaning which Jung and indeed most European Orientalists have failed to grasp. For this reason, the Bardo Thodol, the Tibetan book vouchsafing liberation from the intermediate state between life and rebirth, which state men call death, has been couched in symbolical language. It is a book which is sealed with the 7 seals of silence, not because its knowledge would be misunderstood, and, therefore, would tend to mislead and harm those who are unfitted to receive it. But the time has come to break the seals of silence, for the human race has come to the juncture where it must decide whether to be content with the subjugation of the material world, or to strive after the conquest of the spiritual world, by subjugating selfish 9 desires and transcending self-imposed limitations. The Lama next describes the effects of consciousness expansion techniques. He is talking here about the method he knows the yogic, but his words are equally applicable to psychedelic experience. There are those who, in virtue of concentration and other yogic practices, are able to bring the subconscious into the realm of discriminative consciousness and, thereby, to draw upon the unrestricted treasury of subconscious memory, wherein are stored the records not only of our past lives but the records of the past of our race, the past of humanity, and of all pre-human forms of life, if not of the very consciousness that makes life possible in this universe. If, through some trick of nature, the gates of an individual's subconsciousness were suddenly to spring open, the unprepared mind would be overwhelmed and crushed. Therefore, the gates of the subconscious are guarded, by all initiate, and hidden behind the veil of mysteries and symbols. In a later section of his foreword, the Lama presents a more detailed elaboration of the inner meaning of the Thodo. If the Bardo Thodal were to be regarded as being based merely upon folklore, or as consisting of religious speculation about death and a hypothetical after-death state, it would be of interest only to anthropologists and students of religion. But the Bardo Thodal is far more. It is a key to the innermost recesses of the human mind, and a guide for initiate, and for those who are seeking the spiritual path of liberation. Although the Bardo Thodal is at present time widely used in Tibet as a breviary, and read or recited on the occasion of death, for which reason it has been aptly called the Tibetan Book of the Dead, one should not forget that it was originally conceived to serve as a guide not only for the dying and the dead, but for the living as well. And herein lies the justification for having made the Tibetan Book of the Dead accessible to a wider public. Notwithstanding the popular customs and beliefs which, under the influence of age-old traditions of pre-Buddhist origin, have grown around the profound revelations of the Bardo Thodal, it has value only for those who practice and realize its teaching during their lifetime. There are two things which have caused misunderstanding. One is that the teachings seem to be addressed to the dead or the dying, the other that the title contains the expression, liberation through hearing, in Tibetan, those droll. As a result, there has arisen the belief that it is sufficient to read or recite the Bardo Thodal in the presence of a dying person, or even of a person who has just died, in order to effect his or her liberation. Such misunderstanding could only have arisen among those who do not know that it is one of the oldest and most universal practices for the initiate to go through the experience of death before he can be spiritually reborn. Symbolically, he must die to his past, and to his old ego, before he can take his place in the new spiritual life into which he has been initiated. The dead or the dying person is addressed in the Bardo Thodal mainly for three reasons. 1. The earnest practitioners of these teachings should regard every moment of his or her life as if it were the last. 2. When a follower of these teachings is actually dying, he or she should be reminded of the experiences at the time of initiation, or of the words, or mantra of the Guru, especially if the dying one's mind lacks alertness during the critical moments. And 3. One who is still incarnate should try to surround the person dying, or just dead, with loving and helpful thoughts during the first 10 stages of the new, or after death, state of existence, without allowing emotional attachment to interfere or to give rise to a state of morbid mental depression. Accordingly, one function of the Bardo Thodal appears to be more to help those who have been left behind to adopt the right attitude towards the dead and towards the fact of death than to assist the dead, who, according to Buddhist belief, will not deviate from their own karmic path. This proves that we have to do here with life itself and not merely with a mass for the dead, to which the Bardo Thodal was reduced in later times, under the guise of a science of death. The Bardo Thodal reveals the secret of life, and therein lies its spiritual value and its universal appeal. Here then is the key to a mystery which has been passed down for over 2,500 years. The consciousness expansion experience, the pre-MORTEM death and rebirth rite. The Vedic sages knew the secret, the Eleusinian initiate knew it, the Tantrics knew it. In all their esoteric writings they whisper the message. It is possible to cut beyond ego consciousness, to tune in on neurological processes which flash by at the speed of light, and to become aware of the enormous treasury of ancient racial knowledge welded into the nucleus of every cell in your body. Modern psychedelic chemicals provide a key to this forgotten realm of awareness. But just as this manual without the psychedelic awareness is nothing but an exercise in academic Tibetology, so, too, the potent chemical key is of little value without the guidance and the teachings. Westerners do not accept the existence of conscious processes for which they have no operational term. The attitude which is prevalent is, if you can't label it, and if it is beyond current notions of space-time and personality, then it is not open for investigation. Thus we see the ego loss experience confused with schizophrenia. Thus we see present-day psychiatrists solemnly pronouncing the psychedelic keys as psychosis-producing and dangerous. The new visionary chemicals in the pre-A.R.T death-rebirth experience may be pushed once again into the shadows of history. Looking back, we remember that every Middle Eastern and European administrator, with the exception of certain periods in Greece and Persia, has, during the last 3,000 years, rushed to pass laws against any emerging transcendental process, the pre-A.R.T death-rebirth session, its adepts, and any new method of consciousness expansion. The present moment in human history, as Lama Govinda points out, is critical. Now, for the first time, we possess the means of providing the enlightenment to any prepared volunteer. The enlightenment always comes, we remember, in the form of a new energy process, a physical, neurological event. For these reasons we have prepared the psychedelic version of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. This secret is released once again, in a new dialect, and we sit back quietly to observe whether man is ready to move ahead and to make use of the new tools provided by modern science. 2. The Tibetan Book of the Dead. First Bardo, the period of ego loss or non-game ecstasy, Chikhai Bardo 11 Part 1, the primary clear light scene at the moment of ego loss. All individuals who have received the practical teachings of this manual will, if the text be remembered, be set face to face with the ecstatic radiance and will win illumination instantaneously, without entering upon hallucinatory struggles and without further suffering on the age-long pathway of normal evolution which traverses the various worlds of game existence. This doctrine underlies the whole of the Tibetan model. Faith is the first step on the secret pathway. Then comes illumination and with it certainty, and when the goal is won, emancipation. Success implies very unusual preparation and consciousness expansion, as well as much calm, compassionate game playing, good karma on the part of the participant. If the participant can be made to see and to grasp the idea of the empty mind as soon as the guide reveals it, that is to say, if he has the power to die consciously, and, at the supreme moment of quitting the ego, can recognize the ecstasy which will dawn upon him then, and become one with it, all game bonds of illusion are broken asunder immediately. The dreamer is awakened into reality simultaneously with the mighty achievement of recognition. It is best if the guru, spiritual teacher, from whom the participant received guiding instructions, is present, but if the guru cannot be present, then another experienced person, or if the latter is also unavailable, then a person whom the participant trusts should be available to read this manual without imposing any of his own games. Thereby the participant will be put in mind of what he had previously heard of the experience and will at once come to recognize the fundamental light and undoubtedly obtain liberation. Liberation is the nerve system devoid of mental conceptual activity. Realization of the voidness, the unbecome, the unborn, the unmade, the unformed, implies Buddhahood, perfect enlightenment, the state of the divine mind of the Buddha. It may be helpful to remember that this ancient doctrine is not in conflict with modern physics. The theoretical physicist and cosmologist, George Gamow, presented in 1950 a viewpoint which is close to the phenomenological experience described by the Tibetan Lamas. If we imagine history running back in time, we inevitably come to the epoch of the Big Squeeze, with all the galaxies, stars, atoms and atomic nuclei squeezed, so to speak, to a pulp. During that early stage of evolution, matter must have been dissociated into its elementary components. We call this primordial mixture ilm. At this first point in the evolution of the present cycle, according to this first-rank physicist, there existed only the unbecome, the unborn, the unformed. And this, according to astrophysicists, is the way it will end, the silent unity of the unformed. The Tibetan Buddhists suggest that the uncluttered intellect can experience what astrophysics confirms. The Buddha Vairoshana, the Dhyani Buddha of the center, manifester of phenomena, is the highest path to enlightenment. As the source of all organic life, in him all things visible and invisible have their consummation and absorption. He is associated with the central realm of the densely packed, i.e., the seed of all universal forces, and things are densely packed together. This remarkable convergence of modern astrophysics and ancient Lamaism demands no complicated explanation. The cosmological awareness and awareness of every other natural process is there in the cortex. You can confirm this preconceptual mystical knowledge by empirical observation and measurement, but it's all there inside your skull. Your neurons know because they are linked directly to the process, are part of it. The mind in its conditioned state, that is to say, when limited to words and ego games, is continuously in thought formation activity. The nerve system in a state of quiescence, alert, awake but not active, is comparable to what Buddhists 12 call the highest state of dhyana, deep meditation, when still united to a human body. The conscious recognition of the clear light induces an ecstatic condition of consciousness such as saints and mystics of the West have called illumination. The first sign is the glimpsing of the clear light of reality, the infallible mind of the pure mystic state. This is the awareness of energy transformations with no imposition of mental categories. The duration of this state varies with the individual. It depends upon experience, security, trust, preparation in the surroundings. In those who have had even a little practical experience of the tranquil state of non-game awareness, and in those who have happy games, the state can last from 30 minutes to several hours. In this state, realization of what mystics call the ultimate truth is possible, provided that sufficient preparation has been made by the person beforehand. Otherwise he cannot benefit now, and must wander on into lower and lower conditions of hallucinations, as determined by his past games, until he drops back to routine reality. It is important to remember that the conscious expansion process is the reverse of the birth process, birth being the beginning of game life and the ego loss experience being a temporary ending of game life. But in both there is a passing from one state of consciousness into another. And just as an infant must wake up and learn from experience the nature of this world, so likewise a person at the moment of consciousness expansion must wake up in this new brilliant world and become familiar with its own peculiar conditions. In those who are heavily dependent on their ego games, and who dread giving up their control, the illuminated state endures only so long as it would take to snap a finger. In some, it lasts as long as the time taken for eating a meal. If the subject is prepared to diagnose the symptoms of ego loss, he needs no outside help at this point. Not only should the person about to give up his ego be able to diagnose the symptoms as they come, one by one, but he should also be able to recognize the clear light without being set face to face with it by another person. If the person fails to recognize and accept the onset of ego loss, he may complain of strange bodily symptoms. This shows that he has not reached a liberated state. Then the guide or friend should explain the symptoms as indicating the onset of ego loss. Here is a list of commonly reported physical sensations. 1. Bodily pressure, which the Tibetans call earth sinking into water. 2. Clammy coldness, followed by feverish heat, which the Tibetans call water sinking into fire. 3. Body disintegrating or blown to atoms, called fire sinking into air. 4. Pressure on head and ears, which Americans call rocket launching into space. 5. Tingling in extremities. 6. Feelings of body melting or flowing as if wax. 7. Nausea. 8. Trembling or shaking, beginning in pelvic regions and spreading up torso. These physical reactions should be recognized as signs heralding transcendence. Avoid treating them as symptoms of illness. Accept them, merge with them, enjoy them. Nausea occurs often with the ingestion of morning glory seeds or peyote, rarely with mescaline and infrequently with LSD or psilocybin. If the 13 subject experiences stomach messages, they should be hailed as a sign that consciousness is moving around in the body. The symptoms are mental, the mind controls the sensation, and the subject should merge with the sensation, experience it fully, enjoy it and, having enjoyed it, let consciousness flow on to the next phase. It is usually more natural to let consciousness stay in the body. The subject's attention can move from the stomach and concentrate on breathing, heartbeat. If this does not free him from nausea, the guide should move the consciousness to external events, music, walking in the garden, etc. The appearance of physical symptoms of ego loss, recognized and understood, should result in peaceful attainment of illumination. If ecstatic acceptance does not occur, or when the period of peaceful silence seems to be ending, the relevant sections of the instructions can be spoken in a low tone of voice in the ear. It is often useful to repeat them distinctly, clearly impressing them upon the person so as to prevent his mind from wandering. Another method of guiding the experience with a minimum of activity is to have the instructions previously recorded in the subject's own voice and to flip the tape on at the appropriate moment. The reading will recall to the mind of the voyager the former preparation. It will cause the naked consciousness to be recognized as the clear light of the beginning. It will remind the subject of his unity with this state of perfect enlightenment and help him to maintain it. If, when undergoing ego loss, one is familiar with this state, by virtue of previous experience and preparation, the wheel of rebirth, i.e., all game playing, is stopped, and liberation instantaneously is achieved. But such spiritual efficiency is so very rare, that the normal mental condition of the person is unequal to the supreme feat of holding on to the state in which the clear light shines, and there follows a progressive descent into lower and lower states of the bardo existence, and then rebirth. The simile of a needle balanced and set rolling on a thread is used by the lamas to elucidate this condition. So long as the needle retains its balance, it remains on the thread. Eventually, however, the law of gravitation, the pull of the ego or external stimulation, affects it, and it falls. In the realm of the clear light, similarly, the mentality of a person in the ego-transcendent state momentarily enjoys a condition of balance, of perfect equilibrium, and of oneness. Unfamiliar with such a state, which is an ecstate state of non-ego, the consciousness of the average human being lacks the power to function in it. Karmic, i.e., game, propensities becloud the consciousness principle with thoughts of personality, of individualized being, of dualism. Thus, losing equilibrium, consciousness falls away from the clear light. It is thought processes which prevent the realization of nirvana, which is the blowing out of the flame of selfish gain. Desire is like a transparent the wheel of life continues to turn. Know yourself or some of the appropriate passages in the instructions may be read to the voyager during the period of waiting for the drug to take effect, and when the first symptoms of ego loss appear. When the voyager is clearly in a profound ego-transcendent ecstasy, the wise guide will remain silent. Part 2. The secondary clear light seen immediately after ego loss. The preceding section describes how the clear light may be recognized and liberation maintained. But if it becomes apparent that the primary clear light has not been recognized, then it can certainly be assumed there is dawning what is called the phase of the secondary clear light. The first flash of experience usually produces a state of ecstasy of the greatest intensity. Every cell in the body is sensed as involved in orgastic creativity. It may be helpful to describe in more detail some of the phenomena which often accompany the moment of ego loss. One of these might be called wave 14 energy flow. The individual becomes aware that he is part of and surrounded by a charged field of energy, which seems almost electrical. In order to maintain the ego loss state as long as possible, the prepared person will relax and allow the forces to flow through him. There are two dangers to avoid: the attempt to control or to rationalize this energy flow. Either of these reactions is indicative of ego activity and the first bardo transcendence is lost. The second phenomenon might be called biological life flow. Here the person becomes aware of physiological and biochemical processes, rhythmic pulsing activity within the body. Often this may be sensed as powerful motors or generators continuously throbbing and radiating energy. An endless flow of cellular forms and colors flashes by. Internal biological processes may also be heard with characteristic swooshing, crackling, and pounding noises. Again, the person must resist the temptation to label or control these processes. At this point you are tuned into areas of the nerve system which are inaccessible to routine perception. You cannot drag your ego into the molecular processes of life. These processes are 1 billion years older than the learned conceptual mind. Another typical and most rewarding phase of the first bardo involves ecstatic energy movement felt in the spine. The base of the backbone seems to be melting or seems on fire. If the person can maintain quiet concentration, the energy will be sensed as flowing upwards. Tantric adepts devote decades of concentrated meditation to the release of these ecstatic energies, which they call kundalini, the serpent power. One allows the energies to travel upwards through several ganglionic centers, chakras, to the brain, where they are sensed as a burning sensation in the top of the cranium. These sensations are not unpleasant to the prepared person, but, on the contrary, are accompanied by the most intense feelings of joy and illumination. Ill-prepared subjects may interpret the experience in pathological terms and attempt to control it, usually with unpleasant results. Professor R.C. Zener, who as an Oriental scholar and expert on mysticism should have known better, has published an account of how this prize experience can be lost and distorted into hypochondriacal complaint in the ill-educated. I had a curious sensation in my body which reminded me of what Mr. Stans describes as a tingling at the base of the spine, which according to him, usually precedes a bout of mania. It was rather like that. In the broad walk the sensation occurred again and again until the climax of the experiment was reached. I did not like it at all. R.C. Zener, Mysticism, Sacred and Profane. Oxford University Press, 1957, p. 214. If the subject fails to recognize the rushing flow of first bardo phenomena, liberation from the ego is lost. The person finds himself slipping back into mental activities. At this point he should try to recall the instructions or be reminded of them, and a second contact with these processes can be made. The second stage is less intense. A ball set bouncing reaches its greatest height at the first bounce. The second bounce is lower, and each succeeding bounce is still lower until the ball comes to rest. The consciousness at the loss of the ego is similar to this. Its first spiritual bound, directly upon leaving the body ego, is the highest, the next is lower. Then the force of karma, i.e., past game playing, takes over and different forms of external reality are experienced. Finally, the force of karma having spent itself, consciousness returns to normal. Routines are taken up again and thus rebirth occurs. The first ecstasy usually ends with a momentary flashback to the ego condition. This return personality, the preparation, and the setting. This flashback to the ego game is accompanied by a concern with identity. Who am I now? Am I dead or not dead? What is happening? You cannot determine. You see the surroundings and your companions as you had been used to seeing them before. There is a penetrating sensitivity, but you are on a different level. Your ego grasp is not quite as sure as it was. The karmic hallucinations and visions have not yet started. Neither the frightening apparitions nor the heavenly visions have begun. This is a most sensitive and pregnant period. The remainder of the experience can be pushed one way or another depending upon preparation and emotional climate. If you are experienced in consciousness alteration, or if you are a naturally introverted person, remember the situation and the schedule. Stay calm and let the experience take you where it will. You will probably re-experience the ecstasy of illumination once again, or you may drift into aesthetic or philosophic or interpersonal enlightenments. Don't let the stream carry you along. The experienced person is usually beyond dependence on setting. He can turn off external pressure and return to illumination. An extroverted person, dependent upon social games and outside situations may, however, become pleasantly distracted, colors, sounds, people. If you anticipate extroverted distraction and if you want to maintain a non-game state of ecstasy, then remember the following suggestions. Do not be distracted. Try to concentrate on an ideal contemplative personage, e.g., Buddha, Christ, Socrates, Ramakrishna, Einstein, Hermann Hesse or Lao Tse. Follow his model as if he were a being with a physical body waiting for you. Join him. If this is not successful, don't fret or think about it. Perhaps you don't have a mystical or transcendental ideal. That means your conceptual limits are within external games. Now that you know what the mystic experience is, you can prepare for it next time. You have lost the content-free flow and should now be ready to slip into exciting confrontation with external reality. In the second bardo you can rehash and deeply experience game revelations. We have just anticipated the reactions of the naturally mystical introvert, the experienced person, and the extrovert. Now let's turn to the novitiate who shows confusion at this early stage of the sequence. The best procedure is to make a reassuring sign and do nothing. He will have read this manual and will have some guidepost. Leave him alone and he will probably dive into his panic and master it. If he indicates that he wishes guidance, repeat the instructions. Tell him what is happening. Remind him of his phase in the process. Urge him quietly to release his ego struggle and drift back into contact with the clear light. Preparation and guidance of this sort will allow many to reach the illuminated state who would not be expected to recognize it. At this point, it is necessary to inject a word of benign warning. Reading this manual is extremely useful, but no words can communicate experience. You are going to be surprised, startled and delighted. A person may have heard a detailed description of the art of swimming and yet never had the chance to swim. Suddenly diving into the water, he finds himself unable to swim. So with those who have tried to learn the theory of how to experience ego loss, and have never applied it. They cannot maintain unbroken continuity of consciousness. They grow bewildered at the changed condition. They fail to maintain the mystical ecstasy. They fail to take advantage of the opportunity unless upheld and directed by a guide. Even with all that a guide can do, they ordinarily, because of bad karma, heavy ego games, fail to recognize the liberation. But this is no cause for worry about the DNA chain of complex protein molecules that took you as a unicellular organism at the moment of your conception and planned every stage of your natural development. Even half of the genetic blueprint was handed to you intact by your mother and half by your father, and then slammed together in an incredible welding process we call conception. You, your ego, your good old American social self, have been trained to remember certain crucial secular game landmarks, your senior prom, your wedding day, but it does not possible that others of your 10 billion brain cells remember other critical survival crossroads, like conception, infusion events, birth, events for which our language has few or no descriptive terms. Every cell in your body is the current carrier of an energy torch which traces back through millions of generation transformations. Remember the genetic codes. You must recognize by now the difficulty of my task. I am trying to expand your consciousness, break through your macroscopic, secular set, turn you on, give you a faint feeling of a psychedelic moment, trying to relate two sets of processes for which we have no word speed of light energy transformation processes and the transcendent vision. 3. The human being question. 8. The scientific answer. What is the human being? Ancient riddle, usually answered from within the homocentric limits of the parochial mind. But consider this question from the perspective of intelligence. The secondary
The Seven Tongues of God, 29.
Conceptual lucidity.
Outside the romantic fallacy asterisk of man's superiority,
usually
study the question from the vantage point of an outer space visitor or from that of an ecstatic, objective scientist.
Pure egoless
Let us define man as man defines other species by his anatomy and physiology. Man is an evolutionary form emerging from animal mammalian primate stock, characterized by this skeletal structure and its unique immunological, endocrine, organ systems. Like every living creature, man is a seed carrier, a soul bearer made in one of the forms of God. Man's particular form is the bag of semi-hairless skin containing miraculously complex system of life functions, which he dimly understands in the language of physiology, functions of which he has no direct experience. Only a rare, turned-on visionary like Buckminster Fuller can appreciate the universe of the human body, the galactic scope of somatic experience. Our individual brains have a quadrillion times a quadrillion atoms in fantastic coordination. I think we are all coming out of the womb of very fundamental ignorance, mental ignorance. We talk in ways that sometimes sound very faithful to our experience, but which are many times very imaginary. We think that we know quite a lot and are responsible for a lot of what is going on. I say to you, whatever the last meal you ate, you haven't the slightest idea of what you are doing with it. You are unconsciously saying to yourself that I have designed and decided now I'm going to have a million hairs, and they're going to be such and such of shape and color. We don't do any of this. It is all automated. Man is more than 99% automated, and he is only a very small fraction conscious. Whereas he tends to suggest that he is really highly responsible for what goes on, he is very successful despite his ignorance and vanity. I would suggest that all of humanity is about to be born in an entirely new relationship to the universe. We're going to have integrity, a good faith with the truth, whatever the truth may be. We are going to have to really pay the politics of ecstasy. 30s.
Weird sight
Attention.
Visions may
Buckminster Fuller, interviewed in the San Francisco Oracle, Volume 1, Number 11,
will be able to maintain
the psychedelic chords.
Perceptions come from within.
The key phrases in this typical flash of humorous genius by Buckminster Fuller are faithful to our experience, automated, only a very small fraction conscious,
visual, auditory, touch, smell, physical and bodily. The most exquisite reactions, compassionate insight into this self, the world. The key is in action, passive integration with all that occurs around you. If you try to impose your will, use your mind, rationalize, seek explanations, you will get caught in hallucinatory whirlpools. The motto, peace, acceptance. It is all an ever-changing panorama. You are temporarily removed from the world of game. Enjoy it. The inexperienced and those too who ego control is important may find this passivity impossible. If you cannot remain inactive and subdue your will, then the one certain activity which can reduce panic and pull you out of hallucinatory mind games is physical contact with another person. Go to the guide or to another participant and put your head on his lap or chest. Put your face next to his and concentrate on the movement and sound of his inspiration. Breathe deeply and feel the air rush in and the sighing release. This is the oldest form of living communication. The brother philosophies of the East Tantra, Kundalini Yoga see the human body as the sacred temple, the seed center, the exquisitely architected shrine of all creation. Hoc et corpus meum. And the systematic, disciplined awareness of body function is the basic sacramental method of these religions. Tibetan and Indian Tantra train the student to become faithful to somatic experience, to pay attention to the energies and messages of the body. Breathing, control of circulation, control of involuntary muscles and reflexes, control of digestion, control of genital erection and ejaculation, awareness of the intricate language of the Seven Tongues of God. 31. Hormone and humor. The psychopharmacology, the guide's hand on your forehead may add to the relaxation. Contact with another participant may be misunderstood and provoke sexual hallucinations. For this reason, helping contact should be made explicit by prearrangement. Unprepared participants may impose sexual fears or fantasies on the contact.
The scientific answer. Everything that man knows is mediated by the human nervous system. Everything that man knows about the external world and its place, his identity in it, comes through the sense organs.
Human beings,
neurologists and sensory physiologists have much to tell us about the incredible complexity of the sensory mechanisms. The eye responding to light, the auditory system trembling to phonics variations in air vibrations, the olfactory organs receiving and processing airborne scents, the mouth and tongue honeycombed with taste buds, touch, temperature, pain, pressure. I lectured once to a group of priests and nuns about the sensory experience. I am holding in my hand, I said, the most sensual book ever written, illustrated, too, with the most sensual pictures you ever saw. I was holding the anatomy and physiology of the senses. All our beliefs and convictions about the existence of an outside world, the only threads we have that connect our lone ellipses to other forms of life and energy and consciousness out there are based on data registered on our sensory radar and processed by our brains. Each human being is a spaceship. No, each human being is a galaxy spinning lonely in space, and the only contact we have with other galaxies light years away.
There is, of course, no way of classifying the infinite permutations and combinations of visionary elements. The cortex contains file cards for billions of images from the history of the person, of the race, and of living forms. Any of these, at the rate of 100 million per second, according to neurophysiologists, can flood into awareness. Bobbing around in this brilliant, symphonic sea of imagery is the remnant of the conceptual mind. On the endless watery turbulence of the Pacific Ocean bobs a tiny open mouth shouting, between saline mouthfuls, order, system. Explain all this. One cannot predict what visions will occur, nor their sequence. One can only urge the participants to shut the mouth, breathe through the nose, and turn off the fidgety, rationalizing mind. But only the experienced person of mystical bent can do this, and thus remain in serene enlightenment. The unprepared person will be confused or, worse, panicky. Ask computer writing and rearrange these lines designed to feed back exactly that level of ignorance, superstition, word magic that will comfort and please you. Do you accept oracular data, this book that Timothy Leary exists? If you could touch me, smell me, feel my warmth, hear my voice or my smoker's cough, would you be more convinced that I exist? Common sense convinces us and Dr. Johnson that something exists out there. But the mystery of knowing remains. And the awesome findings of biochemical neurology do not simplify our understanding of how we know, how we become conscious. The human brain, we are told, is composed of about 10 billion nerve cells, any one of which may connect with as many as 25,000 other nerve cells. The number of interconnections which this adds up to would stagger even an astronomer, and astronomers are used to dealing with astronomical numbers. The number is far greater than all the atoms in the universe. This is why physiologists remain unimpressed by computers. A computer sophisticated enough to handle this number of interconnections would have to be big enough to cover the Earth. I2. Into this matrix floods about 100 million sensations a second from the various senses. And somewhere in that cellular level of consciousness, the message of DNA. Terrell P. Watson. Cellular level of consciousness struggle to control the ocean. In order to guide the person, to help him organize his visions into explicable units, the Chanyad Bardo was written. There are two sections. 1. 7 peaceful deities with their symmetrically opposed ego traps. 2. 8 wrathful deities who can be joyfully accepted as visionary productions, or fled from in terror. Each of the 7 peaceful deities, bisexual father-mother figures, are accompanied by consorts, attendants, lesser deities, saints, angels, heroes. Each of the wrathful deities is similarly accompanied. Lights, symbolic objects, beautiful, hard, threatening, seething, are likewise seen. If read literally, the Tibetan Book of the Dead would have you expect the master of all visible shapes, or his opposite, the fondness for stupidity on the first day, the immovable deity of happiness and his consort, attendants and opposite on the second, etc. The manual should, of course, not be used rigidly, exoterically, but should be taken in its esoteric, allegorical form. Read from this perspective, we see that the lamas have listed 1,000 images which can boil up in the ever-changing jeweled mosaic of the retina, that multi-layered swamp of billions of rods and cones, infiltrated, like a Persian rug or a Mayan carving, with countless multicolored capillaries. By preparatory reading of the manual and by its repetition during the experience, the novice is led by a suggestion to recognize this fantastic retinal kaleidoscope. Most important, he is told that they come from within. All deities and demons, all heavens and hells are internal. The student with a particular interest in Tibetan or Tantric Buddhism should steep himself in the text of the Jhana Bardo. He should obtain colored plates of the 14 dramas of the Bardo, and he should arrange to have the guide lead him through the prescribed sequence during the drug session. This will provide an unforgettable series of liberations and will permit the devotee to emerge from the experience reincarnated in the Lamist tradition. The aim of this manual is to make available the general outline of the Tibetan book and to translate it into psychedelic English. For this reason we shall not present the detailed sequence of Lamist hallucinations but, rather, list some apparitions commonly reported by Westerners. 19 Following the Tibetan Thodo, we have classified second Bardo visions into 7 types. 1. The source or creator vision. 2. The internal flow of archetypal processes. 3. The fire flow of internal unity. 4. The wave vibration structure of external forms. 5. The vibratory waves of external unity. 6. The retinal circus. 7. The magic theater. We owe the phrase, retinal circus, to Henri Michaud, Miserable Miracle, and the term, magic theater, to Hermann Hesse, Steppenwolf. Visions 2 and 3 involve closed eyes and no contact with external stimuli. In Vision 2 the internal imagery is primarily conceptual. The experience can range from revelation and insight to confusion and chaos, but the cognitive, intellectual meaning is paramount. In Vision 3 the internal imagery is primarily emotional. The experience can range from love and ecstatic unity to fear, distrust and isolation. Visions 4 and 5 involve open eyes and rapt attention to external stimuli, such as sounds, lights, touch, etc. In Vision 4 the external imagery is primarily conceptual and in Vision 5 emotional factors predominate. The sevenfold table just defined bears some similarity to the mandalic schema of the peaceful deities listed for the second Bardo in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The peaceful visions. Vision 1. The source. The first peaceful deity listed by the Bardo Thodal is the Bhagavan Vairoshana, who occupies the center of the psychedelic experience. The open eye, the naked touch, the intensification and vivification of ear and nose and taste. This is the Zen moment of Leary, the nature mystic's eye, the sudden centering of consciousness on the sense organ, the real -I-Z-A- shin that this is it. I am mild, I am here, I know I am in contact. The ability to turn on the senses, to escape the conditioned mind, to throb in harmony with the energies radiating on the sense organs. The skillful control of one's senses has for thousands of years been the mark of a sage, a holy man, a radiant teacher. Control of the senses is a basic part of every enduring religious method. Control does not mean repression or closing off. Because control means the ability to turn off the mind, ignore the ontic glamour of symbolic seduction, and open the senses like flowers, accepting like sunshine the gift of those energies which man's senses are designed to receive. 5. The ego question. A. The scientific answer. Who am I? Up there, and basic question down here. Invariably and eagerly and insistently endured by social institutions, always for their own benefit. Every religious hierarchy can tell you who you're Catholic, Protestant, Jew, or atheist. Right, and every government agrees you are an American or Russian or a Turk. Let's see your passport. And the endless, lesser, monolithic social agencies tell you who you are: occupation, recreation, political affiliation, social class, status, branch of service. Now comes the new secular state religion psychology, with its up-to-date answers. The great ego identity quest, the notional personality sweepstakes, the image game. For the American, the question, who am I, is answered totally. The 7 tongues of God, 35. In terms of artificial social roles, what part do you play in which TV show? And are you good or bad? How is your Hooper rating? Are you popular, shallow, transient, secular invasion of the physical and metaphysical identity? Who am I? The perspective on this question comes only when you step off the TV stage set defined by mass-media-social-psychology adjustment normality. I exist at every level of energy and every level of consciousness. Who am I? I'm you. At the atomic level, I am a galaxy of nuclear-powered atoms spinning through changing patterns. I am the universe, the center and guardian temple of all energy. I am God of light. Who am I? I'm you. At the cellular level, I am the entire chain of life. I am the key rung of the DNA ladder, center of the evolutionary process, the current guardian of the seed, the now eye of the tubal ion neural uncoiling serpent. I am God of life. I'm you. At the somatic level, I am my body, the most intricate, intelligent, and complex form of energy structure. The network of my organs and tissues is the last word in cosmic miniaturization, celestial packaging. I am the resurrection of the body. I'm you. At the sensory level, I am the divine receiving station, the sacred communications satellite, a two-legged, rambling tissue, jaw-drill bank radar telescope, dancing, grumbling, sniffing Geiger counter. I am the Darwinian wiretap, a billion sensory microphones picking up vibrations from planetary energy-sized TEMs. I am the all-time, worldwide retinal ABC, eardrum RCA, international smell and tell, the consolidated general food taste laboratory. I am God of common sense. I'm you. But there's an added feature. Each generation, I, the timeless God, atom bearer, seed carrier, return in a new, improved, Detroit model electrical eye, horseless, carry all body pushed onto a new social stage set. I am an American. I was an Irish farmer. I was a Celtic minstrel. I was this one and that one. Each time carried on stage blinking, buking, bawling, biblically read by the bizarre novelty of each new drama, untutored in the language of the new script. Did she say her name was Mommy? Unaware of the plot. Each time having forgotten the politics of ecstasy. 36 atomic, cellular, somatic, sensory divinity, each time painfully being pushed and hauled into synchronous, histrionic consistency known today as my personality, known yesterday as karma. Big trumpets. Thus, I am the undeniably psychological unit, a mind, a box of conditioned Pavlovian reflexes, a social robot, here adjusted, there maladjusted, sometimes good, approved of, sometimes bad, censored. The center of my psychological mandala, the mainspring of my personality, is social conditioning, reward and punishment. What will the neighbors think is the beginning and end of of modern psychology,
as of symbols.
Now, who am I?
As of
I'm you.
moving through the forest.
I'm Timothy.
As
What's
when
his
the conch
name?
shell is bone.
I am what the
ringing
Reader's
as of
Digest
bells.
likes and
The sharp
dislikes.
tapping sound.
This
As when a
commitment of
temple
ego
is
consciousness
used.
to the
A
social
moaning
game is
sound,
inevitable
like that
and
of a
cannot be
clarinet.
eliminated
A
despite a
bass
poignant
moaning sound,
appeals to
as if
drop
made
out.
with a big trumpet.
We cannot drop
And
out
a
of
shriller
society.
sound, as of
We
a
can only
thigh-bone
drop out
trumpet.
of social
Not
roles
only
and
is this
dramas which are
interesting as a theory
unloving,
of Tibetan
contracting,
sacred
and which
music,
distract
but
us
it
from the
gives the clue
discovery
to
of
the
our
esoteric
atomic,
interpretation
cellular,
of the symbolical
somatic, and
natural
sensory
21
divinity.
sounds of truth, referred to in the
Spiritual
second
appeals to
paragraph
transcend the
following,
ego
and
are
elsewhere in
vain.
our text,
Like any
which are
other
said
level
to
of
be,
consciousness,
or to
of energy,
proceed from
ego
the
is.
intellectual
Karma
faculties
is.
within the human
All we
mentality.
can do is enter ego consciousness and see in proper relationship to the other eyes.
These noises,
The
like
social
divisions,
ise is
are direct
abysmally trivial
sensations
when compared
unencumbered
to
by
the
mental
atomic
concepts.
eye, the
Raw,
DNA eye,
molecular,
but that's the
dancing
glorious
units of
humor of the
energy.
cosmic
The
hide and
mind
seek,
sweeps in and out
that
of this
social
evolutionary
ego
stream,
can possess such
creating
eccentric,
cosmological
foolish
revelations.
power to camouflage
Dozens
the
of
other
mythical and
divinities that
Darwinian
lie
insights
beneath our
flash into
skin.
awareness. The
So let
person
us
is
pray.
allowed to glance
Almighty
back down the
ego,
flow of
set thy
time
free.
and to perceive
Almighty
how the life
ego,
energy
let my
continually
eyes see.
manifests itself in forms,
Be
transient,
psychedelic
always
correlates.
changing, reforming.
Modern psychology,
Microscopic
like
forms
modern
merge with
man,
primal
does not
creative
like to
myths.
face the
The
sparse,
mirror of
wrinkled-skin
consciousness is
facts
held up
about
to the
human
life stream.
trains.
As
The
long as the
personality
person
chess
floats
game
with
is
the
blown
current,
up to
he is
compelling
exposed to
importance.
a billion-year
How
lesson
am
in
I doing?
cosmology.
Modem
But the drag of the
education,
mind is always
advertising,
present.
indeed the
The
whole
tendency
culture
to impose
is hooked up in a
arbitrary,
full-time heart cell
isolating order
campaign
on
to
the organic
reassure the
process.
average person that he is a
Sometimes the
good Joe,
voyager
a
feels
hell
he
of
should
a
report back his vision.
guy.
He converts
The
the
seven
life flow
tongues of
into a
God,
cosmic
37.
test, and attempts to
Then he
label
takes
each form.
LSD.
Now I see a
Sensory
peacock's tail.
chaos, somatic
Muslim
inundation,
knights in colored armor.
cellular revelation.
Oh, now a
The
waterfall
plastic
of
doll nature
jewels.
of social
Now
reality and social
Chinese
ego is
music.
glaringly obvious.
Now, gem
In a
like
word,
serpents,
ego
etc.
discovers that ego is a
Verbalizations
fraudulent
of
actor
this
in a
sort
fake
follow the
show.
light. Stop
Rubber
the
stamp
flow
and
should
tinsel.
not be encouraged.
Ego
Another
discovers
trap
that
is
I is
of
atomic,
imposing a sexual
cellular,
interpretation.
sensory, somatic,
The
and
dancing,
soon to pass
playful
on.
flow of life
Ego
is,
gets
in the
fried,
most reverent
panicked.
sense, sexual.
Ego cries for
Forms
help.
merging,
Get me
spinning
a
together,
psychiatrist.
reproducing.
Help. Get me back to the nice, comforting TV
the
stage.
Tibetans referred to the female
The impact of LSD is
Pema,
exactly this brutal answer to the question, whose ego? The LSD revelation is the clear perspective. The LSD panic is the terror that ego is lost forever.
Like wisdom.
The LSD ecstasy is
like the tricks of the life process, forever decking out forms in seductive, enticing patterns to keep the dance going. If the voyager interprets the visions of Eros in terms of his personal sexual game model, and attempts to think or plan, what direction my emotion, what should I feel? The emotional and feeling questions. Here science fails miserably to give us answers because there is little objective data, and the accepted theories of emotional behavior, the psychiatric, are naive, inadequate, pompously trivial. The best-known theory of emotions, the Freudian, is a hodgepodge of platitude, banality and rabbinical piety. All that Freud said is that modern man and society are completely dishonest. Society lies to the individual and forces him to lie to himself. Freud called this process of self-deception the unconscious. The unconscious is the hidden. Freud, the lie detector who lied, conscientiously listed the various ways in which man prevaricates and then developed a system of humiliating cross-examination and spirit-breaking brainwashing which forces the rare, successful patient to give up his favored pack of lies, which he chose as being he is likely to slip down into the third bardo. Sexual plots dominate his awareness, the flow fades, the mirror tarnishes, and he is rudely reborn as a confused, thinking being. Still another impasse is the imposition of physical symptom games upon the biological flow. The new somatic sensations may be interpreted as symptoms. If it is new, it must be bad. Any organ of the body may be selected as the focus of the illness. People whose primary expectation when taking a psychedelic substance is medical, are particularly likely to fall into this trap. Medical doctors are
In fact, extremely prone and can imagine colorful diseases and fatal attacks. In the case of the most widely used psychedelics, LSD, psilocybin, etc., it is safe to say that such bodily effects are virtually never the direct effect of the drug. The drug acts only on the brain and activates central neural patterns. All physical symptoms are created by the mind. Bodily sickness is a sign that the ego is fighting to maintain or regain its hold over an outpouring of feeling, over a dissolution of emotional boundaries. If the person complains of physical symptoms such as nausea or pain, the guide should read him the greater than instructions for physical symptoms. The fact that emotions are an active and harmful form of stupor. Any peasant can tell you that. Beware of emotions. Any child can tell you that. Watch out for the emotional person. He is a lurching lunatic. Emotions are caused by biochemical secretions in the body to serve during the state of acute emergency. A person is a blind, crazed maniac. Emotions are addictive and narcotic and stupefacient. Do not trust anyone who comes on emotional. What are the emotions? In a book entitled Interpersonal Diagnosis of Personality, written when I was a psychologist, I presented classifications of emotions and detailed descriptions of their moderate and extreme manifestations. Emotions are all based on fear. Like an alcoholic or a junkie, the fright person reaches for his favorite escape into action. Commanding, competing, punishing, aggressing, rebelling, complaining, abasing, submitting, placating, agreeing, fawning, flattering, giving. The emotional person cannot think. He cannot perform any. The 7 tongues of God, 39. Effective game action, except in acts of physical aggression and strength. The emotional person is turned off sensually. His body is a churning robot. He has lost all connection with cellular wisdom or atomic revelation. The person in an emotional state is an inflexible robot gone berserk. What psychologists call love is emotional greed and self-enhancing gluttony based on fear. The negative, wrathful counterpart to this vision occurs if the voyager reacts with fear to the powerful flow of life forms. Such a reaction is attributable to the accumulated result of game playing karma dominated by anger or stupidity. A nightmarish hell world may ensue and joy accompany emotions, like a junkie who has just scored or an alcoholic with a bottle in hand. The emotional person feels good when he has scored emotion ally, i.e., beaten someone up or been beaten up, won a competitive victory, gorged himself on person grabbing. Grating noises. Conscious love is not an emotion. It is serene merging with yourself, with other people, with other forms of energy. Love cannot exist in an emotional state. Only the person who has been psychotic or had a deep psychedelic trip can understand what emotions do to the human being. The great kick of the mystic experience, the exultant, ecstatic hit, is the sudden relief from emotional pressure. Did you imagine that there could be emotions in heaven? Emotions are closely tied to ego games. Check your emotions at the door to paradise. Why, then, are emotions built into the human repertoire if they are so painful, demanding and blinding? There is the basic survival purpose. Emotions are the emergency alarms. The organism at the point of death terror goes into a paroxysm of frantic activity, like a fish flipping blindly out of water, like a crazed, cornered animal. There are rare times when emotions are appropriate and merry games in the form of intense feelings, exquisite, intense, pulsating. There are times when emotional bluffs, like the hair rising on a dog's counterpart is feelings the politics of ecstasy, 40, isolation and bodily concerns are appropriate about this way, but the sensible animal avoids situations which elicit fear and the accompanying emotion. Your wise animal prefers to relax or to play using his senses, tuned into his delicious body organ music, closing his eyes to drift back in cellular memory. Dogs and cats are high all the time except when bad luck demands emotional measures. The emotional human being is an evolutionary drug addict continuously and recklessly shooting himself up with adrenaline and other dark ferments. The way to turn off the emotions is to turn on the senses, turn on to your body, turn on to your cellular reincarnation circuits, turn on to the electric glow within it, engage only, and turn on ego games. According to 7. The ultimate escape question. A. The scientific answer. The question is, how does it end? The answer is, it doesn't. Ask any scientist, no matter which level of energy he studies, and he'll tell you, it keeps going, at the same beat, on, off, on, and the fame atomic, galaxies flash on and off, the endless flow of shared cellular, of love, species flare out and retract, circulatory system, somatic, the heart beats and stops, beats and stops. The lungs inhale and exhale. As one with the sensory light comes in waves of particles hurtling against retinal beaches. High tide, sea. Low tide, no sea. The neural message dot dashes along the nerve fibers. Light dark, light dark. Sound waves pile up on the auditory membrane and fall back. Sound silence, sound silence. There is no form of energy which does not come in the same rhythm. Yin, yang, in, out, the galaxy itself and every structure. Dry, brittle angularity of game life is melted. You drift off, soft, rounded, moist, warm, merged with all life. You may feel yourself floating out and down into a warm sea. Your individuality and autonomy of movement are moistly disappearing. Your control is surrendered to the total organism. Blissful passivity, ecstatic, orgastic, undulating unity. All worries and concerns wash away. All is gained as everything is given up. There is organic revelation. Every cell in your body is singing its song of freedom. The entire biological universe is in harmony, liberated from the censorship and control of you and your restricted ambitions. But wait, you are disappearing into the unity. You are being swallowed up by the ecstatic undulation. Your ego, that one tiny remaining strand of self, screams stop. You are terrified by the pull of the glorious, dazzling, 23 transparent, radiant red light. You wrench yourself out of the light flow. The game board or beyond it puts the whole thing in perspective. Where it began and how it will end. Start, stop. Matrix. A ripping of your fibers. The bird's loving parents tried to make sure their son would not consider the 4 chess pieces that lead off the game board: sickness, age, death, and the magician's guru. Oriental philosophy points out that every form is an illusion, Maya. Everything at every level of energy is a shuttling series of vibrations as apparently solid as the whirring metal disc made by rotating fan blades. Ego resists this notion and touches the immediate solidity of phenomena. We dislike slowing the motion picture down because the film flickers. The astounding reminder that we view not unbroken continuity, but an awful ribbon of still pictures. There are billions of cellular processes in your body. There 1 second, gone the next. Now you see it, now you don't. Death is equally illusory. Suicide a farce. The desire to escape is exactly as pointless as the desire to hang onto life. How can you clutch onto or escape from a relentless click-clack process that continues despite the mind's interpretation and despite our feelings about it? But the illusory game goes on. Ego sweats to maintain a tenacious grasp on the ungraspable. The potentiality to move from one level of consciousness to another is gone. Your fear and desire to control have driven you to settle for one static site of consciousness. To use the Eastern or genetic metaphor, you have frozen the dance of energy and committed yourself to one incarnation, and you have done it out of fear. When this happens, there are several steps which can take you back to the biological flow, and from there to the first bardo. First, close your eyes. Lie on your stomach and let your body sink through the floor, merge with the surroundings. Feel the hard, square edges of your body soften and start to move in the bloodstream. Let the rhythm of breathing become tide flow. Bodily contact is probably the most effective No movement. No body games. Close physical contact with another invariably brings about the unity of fire flow. Your blood begins to flow into the other's body. His breathing pours into your lungs. You both drift down the capillary river. Another form of life process images is the flow of auditory sensations. The endless series of abstract sounds, described in the preceding vision, bounce through awareness. The emotional reaction to these can be neutral or can involve intense feelings of unity, or of annoyed fear. The positive reaction occurs when the subject merges with the sound flow. The thudding drum of the heart is sensed as the basic anthem of humanity. The whooshing sound of the breath as the rushing river of all life. Overwhelming feelings of love, gratitude, and oneness funnel into the deep psychedelic experience is a death rebirth flip. You turn on to the ancient rhythm, and you become its beat. All right, now, are you ready? The whole thing is about to click off. The successful mystic is he who goes with it. Let it happen. Hello. Goodbye. Hello. The natural music of the inner ear, my God, with its clicks and hums and whistles, lacks the bad trip, the LSD panic, is the terrorized reluctance to go with it. From my body, frantic grabbing for the intangible switch, out of my control. Ego cries, keep it on. The glory of the psychedelic moment is the victory over life and death won by seeing the oscillating dance of energy and yielding to it. The age-old appeal of the psychedelic experience is its solution to the problem of escape. The visionary revelation answers the escape question. There is no death, ecstatic involvement with external stimuli. The seven tongues of God, 43. There is nothing to avoid, nothing to escape, nothing to fear. There is just off on, in out, start stop, light dark, flash delay. Some future atomic physicist oblivion is the split-second pause. I accept the on, I accept the off. System such as that it is of interest that the heroin addict and the illuminated Buddha end up at the same place. The void. The junkie is a deeply religious person. The alcoholic is, too. Thus our physicians and psychiatrists have no luck in curing addicts. Mental structures. If you see an addict as a social misfit, a civic nuisance who must be rehabilitated, you completely miss the point. To cure the junkie and the alcoholic, you must humbly admit that he is a more deeply spiritual person than you, and you accept the cosmic validity of his search to transcend the game, and you help him see that blackout drugs are just bad methodology, because you just can't keep holding the off switch, and that the way to reach the void is through psychedelic rather than an aesthetic experience. Drugs are the religion of the people. The only hope is the experience's direct sensation. In the preceding pages I have suggested that man can become conscious of each level of energy defined by scientists. Metaphysics is subjective physics, the psychology of atomic electronic activity. Metabiology is cellular psychology. Metaphysiology is somatic psychology. The systematic study of internal body states. Metaneurology is sensory physiology. The systematic, introspective study of sense organs. Metapsychology is the study of conditioning by the nervous system that has been conditioned. Your ego unravels its own genesis. Metapsychiatry is the systematic production and control of endocrine states within your own body. Meta-anesthesiology is the systematic production and control of states of unconsciousness within your own body. Everyone must become his own Einstein, his own Darwin, his own Claude Bernard, his own Penfield, his own Pavlov, his own Freud, his own anesthesiologist. The politics of ecstasy, 44. From the theological standpoint, everyone must discover the seven faces of God within his own body. This task, which at first glance may seem fantastically utopian, is actually very easy to initiate because there now exist instruments which can move consciousness to any desired level. The laboratory equipment for experimental theology, for internal science, is of course made of the stuff of consciousness itself, made of the same material as the data to be studied. The instruments of systematic religion are chemicals, drugs, dope. If you are serious about your religion, if you really wish to commit yourself to the spiritual quest, you must learn how to use psychochemicals. Drugs are the religion of the 21st century.
Images can produce a sense of illuminated power. Everything is experienced as consciousness. These exultant radiations should be recognized as productions of your own internal processes. You should not attempt to control or conceptualize. This can come later. There is the danger of hallucinatory freezing. Psychopharmacology is written and practiced by scientists who do not take drugs, and who therefore write textbooks about events they have never experienced. Current psychopharmacology is a superstitious form of black magic sponsored and supported by the Federal Food and Drug Administration, a government agency about as enlightened as the Spanish Inquisition. Note that the rapidly growing enforcement branch of the FDA uses instruments unknown to torque-meter guns, wiretaps in addition to the classic methods of informers and provocateurs. There is thus enormous ignorance about the science of consciousness alteration and a vigorous punitive campaign to prevent its application. There are specific drugs now easily available which can turn on each level of consciousness. Since Americans are more familiar with and committed to consciousness contracting drugs, I shall list the better-known psychochemical instruments in reverse order. The 7 Tongues of God, 45. 7. The anesthetic state is produced by narcotics, barbiturates, and large doses of alcohol. Anyone can reach the void by self-administration of stupefacants. Most Americans know just how to pass out. 6. The state of emotional stupor is produced by moderate doses of alcohol. 3 martinis do nicely. 5. The state of ego consciousness is enhanced by pet pills, energizers consumed daily by millions of Americans. Pet pills make you feel good, make you feel active. They change nothing, but they propel you into game motion. Coffee, tea, and Coca-Cola are mild versions. 4. The state of sensory awareness is produced by any psychedelic drug: LSD, mescaline, psilocybin, MDA, YH, hashish, semil, DMT, but the specific, direct trigger for turning on the senses is marijuana. 3. The state of somatic awareness is attained by any psychedelic drug stronger than marijuana, but the specific triggers for Cogra consciousness are hashish and MDA. 2. The cellular level of consciousness is attained by any of the stronger psychedelics: peyote, LSD, mescaline, psilocybin. The atomic electronic level of consciousness is produced by the most powerful psychedelics: LSD, STP, DMT. Try your own experiment. This listing of 7 levels of consciousness is based not on revelation or poetic metaphor, but on the structure of modern science. We simply assume that there is a different level of consciousness for each major division of science, which, in turn, is based on the major classes of energy manifestation. The decision as to which drugs turn on which levels of consciousness is empirical, based on thousands of psychedelic experiences. I have personally taken drugs which trigger off each level of consciousness hundreds of times. But my findings can be easily checked out. Any reader can initiate experiments of his own with easily available chemicals. The Politics of Ecstasy, 46. Turn on a tape recorder during your next cocktail party. Notice how rational ego game playing deteriorates and the emotional level rises in exact proportion to the amount of booze consumed. You have moved consciousness from level 5 to level 6. Next, turn on your tape recorder during a pot party. Notice how the emotional level drops, serenity increases. Observe the intensified attention to sensory energy.
the relaxation of gain tension. You have moved consciousness from level 5 to level 4.
This is like making
if you are a diligent experimental theologian, you may wish to see if you can take the fantastic voyage down your body or down into time using the appropriate chemical instruments. Psychedelic yoga is not a mysterious, arcane specialty reserved for Ph.D.s and scientific elite. Anyone who is curious about the nature of God and reality can perform the experiments. Indeed, millions of Americans have done just this in the last few years. The 7 religious yogas, the psychedelic experience, far from being new, is man's oldest and most classic adventure into meaning. Every religion in world history was founded on the basis of some flipped-out visionary trick. Religion is the systematic attempt at focusing man's consciousness. Comparative religion should concern itself less with the exoteric and academic differences and more with studying the different levels of consciousness turned on by each religion. We see that there are 7 approaches employed by the great world religions. 7 dialects of God, of which I am conscious. Buddhism attempts to transcend life and cellular manifestations and to strive toward the white light of the void, the unitary atomic electronic flash beyond power. There is confusion. 2. Hinduism is a vegetative jungle of reincarnation imagery, clearly cellular, evolutionary, genetic. The 7 tongues of God, 47. 3. Tantra, Tibetan, Bengali, focuses on somatic energy, Kundalini, and cosmic consciousness. 4. Zen-Hasidic Judaism, Sufism, and early Christianity used methods for centering sensual energy. 5. Protestantism and Talmudic Judaism are the classic ego religions. Logic, hard work, and mainstream practicality will get you to heaven. 6. Middle-class Catholicism and devil-oriented fundamentalists sects are based on the arousal of emotion and fear. 7. Suicide and death cult. Different sciences study different basic questions. Each of the 7 basic questions faced by man has been studied for thousands of years by thoughtful individuals and by institutions, disciplines, and professions. In the last 60 years, physical and biological scientists have pretty well agreed on a systematic and unified perspective of the wide range of energy processes and structures, a remarkably efficient classification of subject matter, and a civilized, tolerant division of labor have developed. Scientists generally agree that there are definable levels of energy and what is most important for harmonious collaboration and the relations of the different levels. The physicist knows that he studies a different phenomenon than the behavioral psychologist. Electrons are different from recorded emotions. Both the physicist and psychologist recognize that atomic processes are basic to and underlie all physiological and psychological activities. A hierarchy of sciences exists, based not on bureaucratic or political factors, but on the nature of the level of energy studied. The physicist studies processes which are billions of times smaller and larger than those of the psychologist, processes which are billions of times faster and older than human psychological processes. Electrons were spun off the sun billions of years before man's adrenaline glands propelled into flight. The politics of ecstasy, 48. Each level of energy requires its own methods and language. Among human beings, members of a species best known for its competitive belligerence and murderous instinct, physical and biological scientists are relatively immune to fraternal homicide. Biologists don't war against physicists. American biologists might war against members of another species, or another nationality or religion. An American bacteriologist might develop a germ used to destroy the Vietnamese people, but he does not war against other biologists about biological issues. Indeed, American and Soviet scientists collaborate even during times of political warfare. The ability of scientists to communicate, teach each other, and help each other in spite of racial and national differences is due to the fact that they share an effective, precise language system. When Johnson and Ho say peace, they use the word quite differently. When Pope Paul and the Buddhist monks say God, who knows what they mean? When a chemist writes a formula, all chemists know what he means, and all physicists know specifically or vaguely how the chemist's molecular formula relates to atomic processes. The disciplines of neurology, psychology, and psychiatry, however, have not yet reached a scientific state. No satisfactory language system exists in their fields. Neurologists quarrel with psychiatrists about the causes of mental illness. Psychologists cannot tell us how man learns or forgets. Enormous priesthoods have developed in these three fields which jockey for power, funds, prestige, but which fail to provide answers or even to define problems. The entire study of consciousness, the religious experience itself, remains in a state of medieval ignorance and superstition. There is no language for describing states of awareness. Gaian scholars and theologians quarrel not just about moral facts and ritual paraphernalia, but more basically about the answers to the seven basic questions. The seven tongues of God, 49. The humanistic sciences, neurology, psychology, psychiatry, psychopharmacology, and the study of consciousness, which I call religion, require a systematic language which will allow men to distinguish which levels of energy and consciousness they deal with. It is rather unfortunate that Western man developed a language of physics and chemistry and highly efficient engineering based on physical-chemical experimentation long before he developed understanding and control of his own sense organs, neurological conditioning. Thus we now have a situation where blind, irrational, technical robots who understand neither their makeup nor the purpose of life are in control of powerful and dangerous energies. A conversation with Alan Watts. Leary, Alan, what is the purpose of life? Watts, that is the question. Leary, what do you mean? Watts, the purpose of life is to ask the question, what is the purpose of life? Is to ask the question, what is the purpose of life? The only purpose of life is the religious quest, the religious question. But you must be careful how you put the question, because the level at which you ask is the level at which you will be answered. I have suggested 7 levels of energy and consciousness which are based on the anatomy or structure of the human body and its constituent parts: neurological, somatic, cellular, molecular. The religions of the future must be based on these 7 scientific questions. A science of consciousness must be based on those different levels which center on the body and the biochemicals, i.e. drugs, which alter consciousness. Dramatic changes in our child rearing and educational practices, politics, communications will occur as man grasps this notion of the levels of consciousness and their alteration. Table 1 presents a highly simplified summary of the 7 levels of consciousness and their implications for science, religion, art, and drug taking. Table 1. The 7 levels of energy consciousness, the drugs which induce them, and the sciences and religions which study each level. Terrors can occur. Unity requires ecstatic self-sacrifice. Intel. Loss of ego brings fright to the unprepared. The fragmentation of form into waves can bring the most terrible fear known to man. The ultimate epistemological revelation. The fact of the matter is that all apparent forms of matter and body are momentary clusters of energy. We are little more than flickers on a multi-dimensional television screen. This realization directly experienced can be delightful. You suddenly wake up from the delusion of separate form and hook up to the cosmic dance. Consciousness slides along the wave matrices, silently at the speed of light. 27. The terror comes with the discovery of transience. Nothing is fixed, no form solid. Everything you can experience is nothing but electrical waves. You feel ultimately tricked, a victim of the great television producer. Distrust, The people around you are lifeless television robots. The world around you is a facade, a stage set. You are a helpless marionette, a plastic doll in a plastic world. If others attempt to help, they are seen as wooden, waxen, feelingless, cold, grotesque, maniacal, space fiction monsters. You are unable to feel. I am dead. I will never live and feel again. In wild panic, you may attempt to force feeling back. By action, by shouting. You will then enter the third Bardo stage and be reborn in an unpleasant way. The best method to escape from fifth vision terrors is to remember this manual, relax, and swing with the wave dance. Or to communicate to the guide that you are in a plastic doll phase, and he will guide you back. Another solution is to move to the internal biological flow. Follow the instructions given in the third vision. Close your eyes, lie prone, seek bodily contact, float down into your bodily stream. In so doing, you are recapitulating the evolutionary sequence. For billions of years, inorganic energy danced the cosmic round before the biological rhythm began. Don't rush it. If the guide senses that the person is experiencing plastic doll visions or is afraid of the uncontrollability of his own feeling, he should read to him the greater than instructions for Vision 5. Vision 6. The retinal circus. Each of the second Bardo visions thus far described was one aspect
while
of
many drugs induce awareness at more than one level.
Fire or outer
For
waves,
example, hashish turns on at levels 4 and 5. Only LSD can move consciousness to all 7 levels, often at the same instant.
Appears with its attendant.
The 7 tongues of God, 51.
Any of these visions for any length of time requires
Science
a
has
certain
ecstatic
degree of
kick.
concentration or one-pointedness of mind.
When we
as
read
well
about
as
the current
ability to
findings of the
recognize them
energy
and
sciences
not to be
such as
afraid.
those I have just
Thus,
reviewed,
for most
how can our
persons,
reaction be
the
other than
experience may
reverent
pass
awe at
through
the
one or
grandeur
more
of these
phases
observations,
without the
at
voyager
the
being
staggering
able to hold
complexity
them
of
or
the
stay with
design,
them.
the
He
speed,
may open
the
and
scope,
close his eyes. He may become
static
alternately
humility before
absorbed
such
in
power and
internal
intelligence.
sensations and external
Indeed,
forms.
what is
The
small,
experience may be
secular
chaotic,
concept intelligence to
beautiful,
describe that
thrilling,
infinitude of harmonious
incomprehensible,
complexity, how
magical,
impoverished our
ever-changing.
vocabulary
In
and
the
how
Bardo
narrow our
photo,
imagination.
On the 6th day appear the
Of
radiant
course,
lights of the
the
combined
findings of
5
the pure
wisdoms of the
sciences do
Dhyani
not
Buddhas,
produce the religious
protective
reaction we should
deities,
expect.
gatekeepers of the mandala,
Are
and the
satiated
gurus
with
of the 6
secular
realms of
statistics,
game existence.
dazed into robot
According
dullness
to
by the
Lama
enormity of
Govinda,
facts
the
which we are
inner
not
way of
educated to
Vajrasattva
comprehend.
consists in the
Although the
combination
findings
of
of
the ways
physics,
of the wisdoms
genetics,
of the 4 Dhyani
paleontology,
Buddhas
and
their
neurology
absorption
have
within one's
tremendous
own heart.
relevance to
In
our
other
life,
words,
they are
in
of less interest
recognition
than
that
a
all
fall
these
in the stock
radiances are
market
the
or the
emanations
status of the
one's own
pennant
mind
race.
in a state of perfect
The
tranquility
message
and
is dimly
serenity,
grasped
a state in which
hypothetically,
the mind
rationally,
reveals its true
but never
universal nature.
experienced, felt, known. But there can be that staggering, intellectual game ecstasy which comes when you begin to sense the complexity of the plan. To pull back the veil and see for a second a fragment of the energy dance, the life power. How can you appreciate the divine unless you comprehend the smallest part of the fantastic design? To experience is always for a moment the answers to the 7 basic spiritual questions is to make the peak of the religious scientific quest.
The keynote of this vision.
But how can our ill-prepared nervous systems grasp the message? Certainly the average man cannot master the conceptual, mathematical bead game of the physics graduate student. Must his experiential contact with the divine process come in watered-down symbols, sermons, hymns, robot rituals, religious calendar art, moral behavior sanctions eventually secular in their aim? Fortunately, the great plan has produced a happy answer and has endowed every human being with the equipment to comprehend, to know, to experience directly, in
fuse,
the politics of ecstasy. 52.
Objects dance and sing.
Controvertibly, it's there in that network of 10 billion cells, the number of whose interconnections is far greater than all the atoms in the universe. If you can, for the moment, throw off the grip of your learned mind, your conditioning, and experience the message content in the 10 billion tube computer which you carry behind your forehead, you would know the awful truth. Our research suggests that even the uneducated layman can experience directly what is slowly deduced by scientists. For example,
Physis, whose heavy, conceptual minds lumber along at 3 concepts a second, attempting to fathom the speed of light processes which their beautiful machines record and which their beautiful symbols portray. But the brakes can be released. Our recent studies support the hypothesis that psychedelic foods and drugs ingested by prepared subjects in a serious, sacred, supportive atmosphere can put the subject in perceptual touch with other levels of energy exchanges. Remember the data the Good Friday study, the Savage study, the 200 religious professionals, 40 to 90% telling us they experienced a greater awareness of God or a higher power or an ultimate reality. The language of ecstasy. But to what do these LSD subjects refer when they report spiritual reactions? Do they obtain specific illuminations into the 7 basic questions, or are their responses simply awe and wonder at the experienced novelty? Even if the latter were the case, could it not support the religious application of the psychedelic substances and simply underline the need for more sophisticated religious language coordinated with the scientific data? But there is some evidence, phenomenological but yet haunting, that the spiritual insights accompanying the psychedelic experience might be subjective accounts of the objective findings of astronomy, physics, biochemistry, and neurology. Now the neurological and pharmacological explanations of the 7 tongues of God, 53, and LSD vision are still far from being understood. We know almost nothing about the physiology of consciousness and the body-cortex interaction. We cannot assert that LSD subjects are directly experiencing what particle physicists and biochemists measure, but the evidence about the detailed complexity of the genetic code and the astonishing design of intracellular communication should caution us against labeling experiences outside of our current tribal cliches as psychotic or abnormal. For 3,000 years, our greatest prophets and philosophers have been telling us to look within, and today our scientific data are supporting that advice with a humiliating finality. The limits of introspective awareness may well be submicroscopic, cellular, molecular, and even nuclear. We only see, after all, what we are trained and predisposed to see. One of our current research projects involves teaching subjects to recognize internal physical processes much as we train a beginning biology student to recognize events viewed through his microscope. No matter how parsimonious our explanations, we must accept the fact that LSD subjects do claim to experience revelations into the basic questions and to attribute life change to their visions. We are, of course, at the very beginning of our research into these implications. A new experiential language and perhaps even new metaphors for the great plan will develop. We have been working on this project for the past 6 years, writing manuals which train subjects to recognize energy processes, teaching subjects to communicate via a machine we call the experiential typewriter, and with movies of microbiological processes. And we have continued to pose the questions to religious and philosophic groups. What do you think? Are these biochemical visions religious? Before you answer, remember that God, however you define the higher power, produced that wonderful molecule, that extraordinarily powerful organic substance we call LSD, just as surely as He created the rose, or the sun, or the complex cluster of molecules you insist on calling yourself. The politics of ecstasy, 54. Professional priests and theologians avoid the religious experience. Among the many harassing complications of our research into religious experience has been the fact that few people, even some theological professionals, have much conception of what a religious experience really is. Few have any idea how the divine process presents itself. If asked, they tend to become embarrassed intellectual, evasive. The adored cartoonists of the Renaissance portray the ultimate power as a dove, or a flaming bush, or as a man venerable, with a white beard, or on a cross, or as a baby, or a sage seated in the full lotus position. Are these not limiting incarnations? temporary housings of the great energy process.
Representations of these
In the
spirits.
fall of 1962, a minister and his wife, as part of a courageous and dedicated pursuit of illumination, took a psychedelic biochemical called dimethyltryptamine. This wondrous alkaloid, which closely approximates serotonin, the natural asterisk lubricant of our higher nervous system, produces an intense psychedelic effect. In 25 minutes, about the duration of the average sermon, you are whirled through the energy dance, the cosmic process, at the highest psychedelic speed. The 25 minutes are sensed as lasting for a second and for a billion year kalpa. After the session, the minister complained that the experience, although shattering and revelatory, was disappointing because it was content-free, so physical, so unfamiliar, so scientific, like being beamed through microscopic panoramas, like being oscillated through cellular functions at radar acceleration. Well, what do you expect? If God were to take you on a visit for His workshop, do you think you'd walk or go by bus? Do you really think it would be a stroll through celestial mediumship waxworks? Dear friends, the divine product is evident in every macroscopic form, in every secular event. The divine product we can see, but the divine process operates in time dimensions which are far beyond our routine, secular, space-time limits, wave vibrations, the 7 tongues of God, 55. 58 energy dance, and cellular transactions. Our science describes this logically. Our brains may be capable of dealing with these processes experientially. So here we are. The great process has placed in our hands a key to this direct visionary world. Is it hard for us to accept that the key might be an organic molecule and not a new myth or a new word? The politics of revelation. And where do we go? There are in the United States today several million persons who have experienced what I have attempted to describe as psychedelic, religious revelation. There are, I would estimate, several million equally thoughtful people who have heard the joyous tidings and who are waiting patiently but determinedly for the prohibition to end. There is, of course, the expected opposition, the classic conflict with the religious drama always changing, always the same. The doctrine, which was originally someone's experience, now threatened by the new experience. This time the administrators have assigned the inquisitorial role to the psychiatrist, whose proprietary claims to a revealed understanding of the mind and whose antagonism to consciousness expansion are well known to you. The glamour over psychedelic drugs is now reaching full crescendo. You have heard rumors and you have read the press assaults and the slick magazine attacks by innuendo. As sophisticated adults, you have perhaps begun to wonder why the hysterical outcry. As scientists, you are beginning to ask, where is the evidence? As educated men with an eye for history, you are, I trust, beginning to suspect that we've been through this many times before. In the current hassle over psychedelic plants and drugs, you are witnessing a good, old-fashioned, traditional, religious controversy. On the one side, the psychedelic visionaries, somewhat uncertain about the validity of their revelations, embarrassingly speaking in new tongues, there never is, you know, the satisfied. The politics of ecstasy, 56. Shinaba sound, right academic language for the new vision of the divine, harassed by the knowledge of their own human frailty, surrounded by the inevitable legion of eccentric would-be followers looking for a new panacea. Always engraved out about their own motivation, hero, martyr, crank, crackpot, and always on the verge of losing their material achievements, job, reputation, long-suffering wife, conventional friends, parental approval always under the fire of the power holders, and on the other side the establishment, the administrators, the police, the fund-granting foundations, the job-givers, pronouncing their familiar lines in the drama, danger, madness, unsound, intellectual corruption of youth. irreparable damage, and cultism.
Intellectual
The issue of chemical expansion of consciousness is hard upon us. During the last few years, every avenue of propaganda has barraged you with the arguments. You can hardly escape it. You are going to be pressed for a position. Internal freedom is becoming a major religious and civil rights controversy. How can you decide? How can you judge? Well, it's really quite simple. Whenever you hear anyone sounding off on internal freedom and consciousness expanding foods and drugs, whether pro or con, check out these questions. 1. Is your expert talking from direct experience, or simply repeating cliches? Theologians and intellectuals often deprecate experience in favor of fact and concept. This classic debate is falsely labeled. Most often it becomes a case of experience versus inexperience. 2. Do his words spring from a spiritual or from a mundane point of view? Is he motivated by a dedicated quest for answers to basic questions? Or is he protecting his own specialty psychological position, his own investment? Is he struggling toward sainthood, or is he maintaining his status as a hard-boiled scientist or hard-boiled cop? 3. How would his argument sound if it were heard in a different culture? For example, in an African jungle hut, again on the Ganges, or on another planet inhabited by a form of life superior to ours, or in a different time. For example, in of karma. Led use of this manual, the 7 tongues of God, 57 meditation, by any one of the great religious leaders, founders, messiahs, or how would it sound to other species of life on our planet today, to the dolphins, to the consciousness of a redwood tree? In other words, try to break out of your usual tribal game set and listen with the ears of another one of God's creatures. 4. How would the debate sound to you if you were fatally diseased with a week to live, and thus less committed to mundane issues? Our research group receives many requests a week for consciousness expanding experiences, and some of these come from terminal patients. 5. Is the point of view one which opens up or closes down? Are you being urged to explore, experience, gamble out of spiritual faith, join someone who shares your cosmic ignorance on a collaborative voyage of discovery? Or are you being pressured to close off, protect your gains, play it safe, accept the authoritative voice of someone who knows best? 6. When we speak, we say little about the subject matter and disclose mainly the state of our own mind. Does your psychedelic expert use terms which are positive, pro-life, spiritual, inspiring, opening, based on faith in the future, faith in your potential, or does he betray a mind obsessed by danger, material concern, by imaginary terrors, administrative caution, or essential distrust in your potential? Dear friends, there is nothing in life to fear. No spiritual gain can be lost. 7. If he is against what he calls artificial methods of illumination, ask him what constitutes the natural. Words, it should be proclaimed rituals, to all living persons. Tribal customs, it should be read over alkaloids, ill persons, psychedelic vegetables, to dying persons. 8. It should be broadcast. If he is against biochemical assistance, where does he draw the line? It is not does he use nicotine, alcohol, it is penicillin, to comprehend vitamins, conventional sacramental substances. It upon hearing it. 9. If your advisor is against LSD, what is he for? If he forbids you the psychedelic key to revelation, what does he offer you instead? References. One Walter and Hodge, Drugs and Mysticism, an analysis of the relationship between psychedelic drugs and the mystical consciousness. A thesis. The Politics of Ecstasy, 58, presented to the Committee on Higher Degrees in History and Philosophy of Religion, in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, Harvard University, Cambridge, Massachusetts. teachings of this
June
manual are of the
1963.
utmost importance if one wishes to make
The
a
subjective
peaceful and
after effects of
enlightened re-entry
psychedelic
into void
experiences,
violent or
a
unpleasant
summary
one.
of 4 recent
In the
questionnaire
original
studies,
Bardo,
Psychedelic
one of the
Review,
teachings is
Volume
liberation, i.e., release from the cycle of birth and death.
June 1963,
Interpreted
pages
esoterically, this means that the
1826.
aim is to remain at the stage
S.T.
of perfect illumination
Leary,
and not to
G.H.
return
Litwin,
to social
and R.
reality.
Metzner. Reactions
Only
to
persons of
psilocybin
extremely
administered in a
advanced
supportive
spiritual
environment.
development are able to
Journal of
accomplish
Nervous
this
and Mental
by
Disease,
exercising the
Volume
transference principle at the
137,
moment of ego
Number
death.
6,
For
December
average persons who
1963,
undertake a psychedelic
pages
voyage, the return to gain
561-73.
reality is inevitable.
4 degrees
Such persons can
Celsius.
and should use this part of
Savage,
the manual for the
W.W.
following
Harmon,
purposes.
and J.
1. To free
Fadiman. A
themselves
follow-up
from
note on the
foolhardy
psychedelic
traps.
experience.
2. To prolong
Paper
the session,
delivered at a meeting
thus
of the
assuring
American
maximum
Psychiatric
degree of illumination.
Association,
3.
St.
To
Louis,
select a
Missouri,
favorable
May
re-entry,
1963.
i.e., to return to a wiser and more
5K,
peaceful post-session
S.
personality.
M. Hayman,
32.
and
Although
J.R.
dates and time
Admittancy,
estimates can be
Nature and
given,
Frequency
the
of
Tibetans
Claims
estimate
Following
that about
LSD,
50%
Journal of
the entire
Nervous and Mental
psychedelic
Disease,
experience is
Volume
spent in the third bardo
134,
by most normal people.
1962,
At
pages
times,
346-52.
someone may
6
move
watts.
straight to the re-entry
H.
period if he
McLaughlin,
is unprepared
long-lasting
for or
effects of
frightened by the
LSD on
loss
certain
experiences
attitudes and
of the
normals,
first 2
an
bardos.
experimental
The types
proposal,
of re-entry may
privately
give profound
printed,
color to
the
person's
Rand
subsequent
Corpo Action,
attitudes and
Santa
feelings about
Monica,
himself
California,
for
June
weeks or even months
1962,
afterwards.
p.
A session which has
56,
been predominantly
cf.
negative and fearful can
W.H.
still be turned to
McLaughlin,
great
S.
advantage,
Cohen,
and much
and
can be
M.S.
learned with it,
McLaughlin.
provided
Short-term
the
effects of
re-entry is
LSD
positive
on
and
anxiety,
highly conscious.
attitudes, and
Conversely,
performance.
a happy and revelatory
IBID,
experience
June
can be made
1963,
valueless by a
p.
fearful or negative
15.
re-entry.
A continuing present-day instance is the case of members of the Native American Church, a duly constituted and recognized religious denomination numbering almost 250,000 adherents. A good popular account of their situation is presented in A.R.T. by Stump in Saga, Volume 26, Number 3, June 1963, pages 46-49, 81-83. Cf. The Supreme Court's decision, Oliver v. Udall, 306 F2D 819, 1962. The most recently proposed legislation against peyote is seen in the Congressional Record House for December 13, 1963. W. Lavar's famous book, The Peyote Cult, was reprinted in an enlarged edition in August 1964 by the Shoestring Press, Hamden, Connecticut, and brings the entire discussion up to date. For the general statement in another area of research, see The Hallucinogenic Drugs by Baron Jozovic and Bunnell, Scientific American, Volume 210, Number 4, April 1964, pages 29-37. A.R. Caesar, at sundry times, London, Faber and Faber, 1958, p. 57, an essay in the comparison of religions. Step by step, H. Walter, what science knows about life, New York, Association Press, 1963, into unconsciousness. Tenji Schenk, The History of Man, New York, Chilton, 1961, pages 56-57. With the preceding phase of IBID, p. 238. Ugly and puppet-like. 12 are Campbell, The Circuits of the Senses, and he makes series desperately the human body, Part 4, I Get Trapped, Volume 54, Number 27, June 27, 1963, pages 6-7 of his personal history. 13. The medical press has recently reported the analgesic use of LSD in terminal cancer patients. CF, Medical World, August 30th, 1963, Medical Tribune, April 8th, 1963, and Journal of the American Medical Association, January 4th, 1964.
overwhelming.
2.
On the other hand,
What to do when the Viacom drop LSD in our water supply
perception and movement.
Psychiatric panic.
Perform miracles.
An article by Dr. E. James Lieberman entitled Psychochemicals as Weapons, published in the January 1962 Bulletin of Atomic Science, could lead to serious confusion in the minds of graduate public and the graduate military. The author seems to be moved by admirable democratic sentiments, but he has mixed together an astonishing combination of psychiatric folklore and chemical warfare fantasies. The results are misleading.
Therefore, leave this as
The so-called psychotropic weapons employed in this article are lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD, mescaline, the synthetic of the divine peyote cactus, and psilocybin, the synthetic of the sacred mushroom of Mexico. The author, a psychiatrist, warns that catastrophic damage that would be neither reversible nor humane might follow the ingestion of these drugs. Dr. Lieberman has presented one of the many sharply diverging viewpoints about the interpretation and application of these drugs. Many psychiatrists believe that LSD, mescaline, and psilocybin produce psychiatric symptoms: anxiety, depression, attachment, confusion, suspicion, psychosis. Many other investigators have come to the conclusion that these symptoms exist. This article was written with the help of George Littman, Michael Holland-Spiegel, Gunther Wall, and Richard Alpert, and was first published in the Bulletin of Atomic Science, May 1962. 59. The Politics of Ecstasy, 60. Mainly in the mind and eye of the psychiatrist, and that CIOUSMES as expanding chemicals, far from being dangerous weapons, may produce dramatic changes in personality leading to unprecedented peace, sanity, and happiness. Perhaps it depends on what you are trained to look for. Most psychiatrists who have experimented with such consciousness-affecting drugs report danger. Most non-psychiatrists see these drugs as great benefactors of mankind. Included in the latter group are Albert Hofmann, the brilliant biochemist who first synthesized LSD and psilocybin, Alan Watts, author and Veloso PhD, Robert Estarrot, biochemist, Aldous Huxley, novelist and philosopher, and the great American psychologist and philosopher William James. Also included among those who hail the humanistic promise of consciousness-expanding drugs are a few psychiatrists who have seen beyond psychopathology to the adaptive potential of the human brain. What are psychedelic drugs? So much for the controversial. Research and not words will resolve these issues. But let us look next at the secure knowledge which exists concerning mescaline, LSD, and psilocybin. What are these substances? Sacramental foods, devilish weapons, wonder medicines. It is easier to say what they are not. They are not addictive, nor sedative, nor intoxicating. There is no evidence for any lasting and very few transient physical effects. Everyone agrees on one factor: they dramatically alter consciousness and expand awareness. There is a second generally shared conclusion. Said in suggestibility, expectation and emotional atmosphere account for almost all of the specificity of reaction. If the drug giver is supportive, open, relaxed, then the results will usually be positive, educational, dramatically insightful. If, on the other hand, the drug giver is secretive, depersonalized, and self-fearful of the drug, then the reactions will probably be anxious and unpleasant. What to do in the Viacom drop LSD 61. As members of a research project studying the effects and application of consciousness-expanding drugs, we have had the opportunity of observing the behavioral and phenomenological reactions of thousands of subjects. A glance at some of our results suggests that the military applications of consciousness-expanding drugs may be limited. To date, 91% of the Americans who have participated in our research report these as inspirational experiences, even with no attempt to be therapeutic and with only one ingestion. Over 60% of our subjects report subsequent life changes for the better.
During 1962-63, we used these drugs for rehabilitation purposes in a maximum security prison. During more than 100 individual ingestions by hardened criminals, we witnessed dramatic insight and behavior change reactions. But where fear and ignorance, like any product of our advanced technology, the consciousness-expanding drugs can be used to manipulate, dominate, frighten, or benefit mankind. A hypodermic syringe of LSD or Salk vaccine made in the hands of an enemy can become a frightening weapon. However, the greatest enemies of mankind are ignorance and fear. In the hands of the unfriendly, these weapons can paralyze and destroy. What are the protections? Accurate information openly shared and calm, courageous response to the evidence. Psychiatrists and physicians on whom Dr. Lieberman calls for rescue from danger, perhaps imaginary, can help to the extent they are collaborative, open, fearless with their fellow men. If the American people are frightened by psychopathological obsessions and psychiatric superstitions and ill-kept chemical warfare secrets, they can be hurt. We are least vulnerable and strongest when we are well-informed. Facts are the defense against any weapon, and particularly the psychological weapons of fear and helplessness, which is unfitting or the politics of ecstasy. 62. Therefore, be prepared. The facts about consciousness-expanding substances are not all in yet, but some things are clear. Physiologically, these substances act mainly on the brainstem, disinhibiting certain regulating, selecting, screening, and controlling mechanisms that constantly guide our perception and thinking. The higher, conscious centers are free temporarily from these artificial restrictions. Behaviorally, the main effect of these substances is relaxation. Most of our subjects are very happy just to sit and enjoy the world. There is much less talking, much less superficial movement or conversation. Let us be clear. Almost all of our subjects could function very adequately if called on. They choose to relax. Psychologically, these amazing substances expand your awareness, open your mind. The kaleidoscopic and complex world that has always been there, the powerful sensations from every part of your body, and the unusual connections of thoughts and feelings that are normally ignored come through into consciousness. Of course, these experiences can be frightening if you are not prepared, if you do not know what is happening to you and your brain, if you are struggling to maintain complete verbal control over your senses and your awareness, you will certainly be frightened. But if you are prepared, if you know what kind of a chemical you have taken and what to expect, which most subjects participating in psychiatric research with these substances do not, if you do relax, then the experience can be wonderful, enlightening, and life-changing. If an enemy drops LSD in the water supply, and if you are accurately informed and prepared, then you have two choices. If you have the time and inclination, you should sit back and enjoy the most exciting educational experience of your life. You might be forever grateful to the saboteur. If you don't have the time or inclination for this pleasant and insightful experience, then swallow a tranquilizer, and you'll be back to the prosaic reality. Tomorrow. What to do in the Viacom drop LSD. 63. The drugs and the counter-drugs may be different, but the prescription is the same. Turn on the Pentagon. If an enemy introduced a consciousness-expanding drug into a military command center, our leaders, if they are accurately informed and of the steps, organic processes, watery, electro-biochemical globules cluster into cells cluster into temporary ardent forms, vegetative or animal, themselves always changing, eventually returning to the entropic, let go, pull back, frustrated lifeless spirits, social processes, the free, expansive vision is molded into the institutional. Hardly has the institutional mortar sank before there is a new cortical upheaval, an explosive, often ecstatic or pathetic revelation. The prophet is promptly jailed. 100 years later, his followers are jailing the next visionary. The ancient game, visionary versus cop. One is led naively to exclaim, will man never learn the lesson of cyclical process? Must we continue to jail, execute, exile our ecstatic visionaries and then enshrine them as tomorrow's heroes? Written with the HCL of my friend Richard Alpert and first published in the Harvard Review, Volume I, Number 4, Summer 1963. 64. The Harvard Review, Summer 1963, Volume I, Number 4. Physical or psychological handicaps or various sorts. According to the Bardo Thodol, the level 1 is D-time. For premonitory signs and visions of the different levels appear, that for which one is heading appearing most clearly. For example, the voyager may feel full of godlike Richard Jones, or he may feel himself an artist view Arthur Honer, bestial impulses, 51 mushrooms and mystics, a caveat David F. Ricks, or 56 narcotics in the U.S. The chances of making a favorable re-entry Norman Eisenberg process is allowed 63 reflections of a peyote eater Chase Mellon III. One should avoid pursuing or fleeing any of the visions. The Naked Lunch, but meditate calmly on the knowledge that all levels exist in the Buddha also. One can recognize and examine the signs as they appear and learn a great deal about oneself in a very short time. Although it is unwise to struggle against or flee the visions that come in this period, the greater than instructions for re-entry visions are designed to help the voyager regain first Bardo transcendence. In this way, if the person finds himself about to return to a personality or ego which he finds inappropriate to his new knowledge about himself, he can, by following the instructions, prevent this and make a fresh re-entry. 3. The all-determining influence of thought liberation may be obtained by such confrontation, even though previously it was not. If, however, liberation is not obtained even after these confrontations, further earnest and continued application is essential. Should you feel attachment to material possessions, to old games and activities, or if you get any because other people are still involved in pursuits that you have renounced, this will affect the psychological balance in such a way that even if destined to return at a higher level, you will actually re-enter on a lower level in the world of unsatisfied spirits. Neurosis. On the other hand, even if you do feel attached to worldly games that you have renounced, you will not be able to play them, and they will be of no use to you. Therefore abandon weakness and attachment to them. Cast them away wholly. Renounce them from your heart. The unsupervised who may be enjoying your possessions, or indiscriminate use of psychedelic drugs for kicks is dangerous. But be prepared to renounce them. Scientific efforts to study them hold vast promise. Internal freedom. Many disagree with Timothy Leary, but his opinions grow out of one of the most extensive explorations ever made into the world of expanded consciousness. From this background he reports what these drugs do and predicts what their impact will be on our laws and morals. In the past, men fought over symbols, the cross or the crescent, or which version of the Bible you used. Issues such as these led to imprisonment and even to death. Today, in the molecular age, the issue, I less than, not what books you read, or which symbols you use, but which chemicals that are part of your life and your growth.
They have cheated and deceived.
Life magazine recently told us that there are 1 million doses of LSD being used this year in the United States. It is estimated that between 3 and 10 million Americans have used other psychedelic substances, such as marijuana, one of both mescaline. But then there are the followers of other chemical yogas. Think of the millions, the many millionoid Americans who rely upon tranquilizers to guide them through the perilous journey of each day of life. Think of the millions and millions of Americans who use energizers and pep pills. Think of the close to 100 million A.R.T.s who use our favorite psychopharmaceutical alcohol, and those who are addicted to nicotine. Think, too, of that small inful of perhaps 100 thou meet people who escape from the turmoil and deep pain of life with the opiates of the ITROI and attitude.
Do not forget this.
As we move into the psychochemical age of man, we have to recognize that the underscore dash outset that things are out of control. Life refers to the exploding threat of THF mind drug that got out of control. And they are right. None of us know what we are doing with the chemicals that we put in our LX guide to change our consciousness, to contract our consciousness, to expand out our awareness, to move us faster or SLBWW through the sequences of behavior facts we follow every day.
Pure affection and humble faith.
There is much talk about danger.
This is highly important.
At town HH.N York C my C asterisk M 4 meters
greater than instructions.
The Politics and Ethics of Ecstasy speech at New York's Town Hall was published in Cavalier, my 1966. The Fifth Freedom, the right to get high, 65.
His own friends and relatives.
Naive questions, which fail to appreciate the necessary tension of the expansion-contraction play, membrane contracts, life force burst membrane.
White pebbles.
Establishment controls vision.
With black
Vision burst establishment. Let go.
Part of many
Pull back.
systems. And division.
The expansion process in physics and biology is described in evolutionary terms. Let go. The expansion process in human affairs is defined in terms of the word freedom. Let go. We measure social evolution in terms of increased freedom, external or internal. Freedom to step out of the tribal game and move to construct a new social form. Freedom to move in space. Freedom to experience, freedom to explore, freedom to get high, freedom to let go. The hippie versus square quarrel is a bore. Society needs conscientious, dogmatic priest scholars to provide structure, the intellectual muscle, bone and skin to keep things together. The university is the establishment's apparatus for training consciousness contractors. The intellectual ministry of defense, defense against vision. The statement is not pejorative, but a fact about evolutionary function. We need stability. But we need expansion, too. We need the far-out visionary, as well as the up-to-date academic council, which sits in learned judgment on Socrates, Galileo, Bacon, Columbus, Thoreau. The protagonists in these dramas are neither good nor evil. No villains, no heroes. They just are. What will be the next step in biological and social evolution? Here are two clues. 1. You are more likely to find the evolutionary agents closer to jail than to the professor's chair. 2. Look to that social freedom most abused, most magically, irrationally feared by society. Exactly the freedom which you, the intellectual, the liberal, would deny to others. Good. Now you are getting close. The administration always recognizes intuitively the next evolutionary step that will leave it behind. To cast this drama in terms of saints and Pharisees is entertaining, but outmoded. The drama is genetic, neurophysiological. The Politics of Ecstasy, 66. with unbearable
So
intensity.
spare us, please, the adolescent heroics of Beethoven and Shakespeare.
By nature and
The next lunge forward.
Where,
then, will the next evolutionary step occur?
Which is the
Within the human cortex. We know, yes, we know, that science has produced methods for dramatically altering and expanding human awareness and potentialities. The uncharted realm lies behind your own forehead. Internal geography, internal politics, internal control, internal freedom. The nervous system can be changed, integrated, recircuited, expanded in its function. These possibilities naturally threaten every branch of the establishment. The dangers of external change appear to frighten us less than the peril of internal change. LSD is more frightening than the bomb. We are, in a real sense, prisoners of the cognitive concepts and intellectual strategies which are passed on from generation to generation. The cognitive continuity of history and the stuff of it is words. Our current reliance upon substantive and closing off concepts will be the amused wonder of coming generations. We must entertain nonverbal methods of communication if we are to free our nervous system from the tyranny of the stifling simplicity of words. Wisdom, cortical vitamins, biochemical methods of increasing cortical efficiency, biochemicals in the human body, in plants, and in drugs. There exist in nature hundreds of botanical species with psychedelic, mind-opening powers. There exists around the indole circle a wide variety of psychedelic compounds, cortical vitamins. The existence of these substances has been known for thousands of years but has been maintained as a well-guarded secret. The scarcity of botanical supply. Today the mind-opening substances, e.g. mescaline, LSD, psilocybin, are available for the fifth freedom, the right to get high, 67. First time and limitless, mass-produced quantities. What a threat, what a challenge, what a widespread menace. The danger, of course, is not physical. As of 1968, there was no evidence that LSD causes pathological changes in the brain, the body, or the genetic material. The anti-LSD warnings of American scientists are out-and-out hoax. Government science, like Hitler's race experiments and Soviet genetics. Turn on or bail out. The danger of LSD is not physical or psychological, but social political. Make no mistake, the effect of consciousness expanding drugs will be to transform our concepts of human nature, human potentialities, existence. The game is about to be changed. Ladies and gentlemen, man is about to make use of that fabulous electrical network he carries around in his skull. Present social establishments had better be prepared for the change. Our favorite concepts are standing in the way of a flood tide 2 billion years building up. The verbal dam is collapsing. Head for the hills, or prepare your intellectual craft to flow with the current. The visionary automobile. Let's try a metaphor. The social situation in respect to psychedelic drugs is very similar to that faced 60 years ago by those crackpot visionaries who were playing around with the horseless carriage. Of course, the automobile is external child's play compared to the unleashing of cortical energy, but the social dilemma is similar. The claim was made in 1900 that the motor carriage, accelerated to speed several times that of the horse-drawn vehicle, would revolutionize society. Impossible to conceptualize because in 1900 we possessed no concepts for these possibilities. First of all, we object to the dangers. High speeds will snap nervous minds. Gas fumes are fatal. The noise will prevent cows. The politics of ecstasy. 68. From giving milk, horses will run away. Criminals will exploit the automobile. Then the puritanical objection. People will use cars for pleasure, for kicks. Then we question the utility. What can
than we do with speedy carriages. There are no men to repair them. There are no roads, few bridges. There are no skilled operators. The supply of fuel is small. Who will sell you gas? Then we weigh the problem of control. Who should be allowed to own and operate these powerful and dangerous instruments? Perhaps they should be restricted to the government elite, to the military, to the medical profession. But why do we want cars anyway? What is wrong with the good old buggy? What will happen to coachmen, blacksmiths, carriage makers? The automotive visionary of 1900 could have pointed out that his skeptical opponent had no concepts, no social structures to implement these possibilities. Remember, if one talks about experiences and prospects for which the listener has no concepts, then he is defined, at best, as a mystic. Our automotive mystic 60 years ago would have asserted the need for a new language, new social forms, and would have predicted that our largest national industry would inevitably develop out of this vision. Can you imagine a language without such words as convertibly, tutor sedan, General Motors, UAW, Standard Oil, superhighway, parking ticket, traffic court? These most commonplace terms in our present culture were mystical images 3 generations ago. Who controls the instruments of freedom? In totalitarian states, the use and control of instruments for external freedom, the automobile, the private airplane, are reserved for the government bureaucracy and the professional elite. Even in democracies, the traditional means for expanding or contracting consciousness, internal freedom, such as the fifth freedom, the right to get high, 69, preventing re-entry, printing press, radio transmitter, motion picture, are restricted by law and remain under government control. Now consider psychedelic drugs. No trained operators to guide the trip. Lots of blacksmiths whose monopolies threaten. A few people who do see an inevitable development of a new language, a transfiguration of every one of our social forms. And these few, of course, the ones who have taken the internal voyage. It is possible that in 20 years our psychological and experiential language, pitifully small in English, will have multiplied to cover realms of experience and forms of thinking now unknown. In 20 years every social institution will have been transformed by the new insights provided by consciousness expanding experiences. Many new social institutions will have developed to handle the expressions of the potentiated nervous system. The fifth freedom. The political issue involves control. Automobile means that the free citizen moves his own car in external space. Internal automobile. Auto administration. The freedom and control of one's experiential machinery. Licensing will be necessary. You must be trained to operate. You must demonstrate your proficiency to handle consciousness expanding drugs without danger to yourself or the public. The fifth freedom, the freedom to expand your own consciousness, cannot be denied without due cause. A final hint to those who have ears to hear. Completely FIGN, ecstatic organs. To deny this is to rank man's learned concepts above 2 billion years endowment, and irreverent act. Trust your inherent machinery. Be entertained by the social game you play. Remember, man's natural state is ecstatic wonder, ecstatic intuition, ecstatic, accurate movement. Don't settle for less. The 4. Ecstasy attack, ecstasy defended asterisk. A dastardly attack on ecstasy. In the September 1963 issue of Esquire, an article entitled "Getting Alienated with the Right Crowd at Harvard" carried a vigorous attack on ex-Harvard teachers Dr. Richard Alpert and Dr. Timothy Leary of the International Federation for Internal Freedom, IFIF. The author, Martin Mayer, leveled the following charges. 1. Leary and Alpert are like laxative salesmen.
As a celestial
2.
mansion.
Leary and Alpert are promoting drug
game ecstasy.
consumption.
Have faith in the protection of
3.
the deities and choose.
Leary and Alpert
The
have
mood of
formed
complete
a drug cult.
impartiality is important
4.
since you may
Leary
be in
and
error.
Alpert
A
promote
game that
the
appears
symptoms
good
of
may later turn out to be
psychosis.
bad. Complete impartiality.
5. Leary and Alpert promote pathologies. 6. Leary and Alpert promote brain damage by
before you the world,
accident.
your former life, a planet
7.
full of fascinating
Leary and
objects
Alpert
and
promote brains
Each
damaged
aspect of the return trip
by
can
the
be a
surgeon's
delightful
knife.
discovery. Soon you will
8.
be descending
Leary
to
and
take your
Alpert are
place in
promoting
worldly
drug
events. The key to this return
consumption.
voyage is simply this.
An abridged
Take it
version of
easy,
this chapter
slowly,
was published in
naturally.
Esquire,
Enjoy
November
every second.
1963.
Don't be attached
Ralph
to your
Metzner
old
and Richard
games.
Alpert helped with it.
Recognize that you are in the re-entry
70.
period. Do not return with any emotional pressure. Everything you see and touch can glow with radiance. Each moment can be a joyous discovery. Here end the third bardo. The period of re-entry. General conclusion. Well-prepared students with advanced spiritual understanding can use the transference principle at the moment of ego death and need not traverse subsequent bardo states. They will rise to a state of illumination and remain there throughout the entire period. Others, who are a little less experienced in spiritual discipline, will recognize the clear light in the second stage of the first bardo and will then win liberation. Others, at a still less advanced level, may be liberated while experiencing one of the positive or negative visions of the second bardo. Since there are several turning points, liberation can be obtained at one or the other through recognition at moments of confrontation. Those of very weak karmic connection, i.e., those who have been involved in heavy ego-dominated game playing, will have to wander downwards to the third bardo. Again, many points for liberation have been charted. The weakest persons will fall under the influence of guilt and terror. For weaker persons there are various graded teachings for preventing the return to routine reality, or at least for choosing it wisely. Through applying the methods of visualization described, they should be able to experience the benefits of the session. Even those persons whose familiar routines are primitive and egocentric can be prevented from entering into misery. Once they have experienced, for however short a period, the great beauty and power of free awareness, they may, in the next period, meet with a guide or friend who will initiate them further into the way. 40. The way in which this teaching is effective, even for a voyager already in the Siddha Bardo, is as follows. Each person has some positive and some negative game residues. Karma. The continuity of consciousness has been broken by an ego death for which the person was not prepared. The teachings are like a trough in a broken water drain, temporarily restoring the continuity with positive karma. As stated before, the extreme suggestibility or detached quality of consciousness in this state ensures the efficacy of listening to the doctrine. The teaching embedded in this manual may be compared to a catapult which can direct the person towards the goal of liberation, or like the moving of a big wooden beam, which is so heavy that 100 men cannot carry it, but by being floated on water it can be easily moved. Or it is like controlling a horse's bit and course by the use of a bridle. Therefore, these teachings should be vividly impressed on the voyager, again and again. This manual may also be used more generally. It should be recited as often as possible and committed to memory as far as possible. When an ego death or final death comes, recognize the symptoms, recite the manual to yourself, and reflect upon the meaning. If you cannot do it yourself, ask a friend to read it to you. There is no doubt as to its liberative power. It liberates by being seen or heard, without need of ritual or complex meditation. This profound teaching liberates those of great evil karma through the secret pathway. One should not forget its meaning and the words, even though pursued by 7 mastiffs. By this select teaching, one obtains Buddhahood at the moment of ego loss. Were the Buddhas of past, present and future to seek, they could not find any doctrine transcending this. Here ends the Bardo Thodal, known as the Tibetan Book of the Dead 3. Some technical comments about psychedelic sessions. 1.
Use of this manual. J. The most important use of this manual is for preparatory reading. Having read the Tibetan manual, one can immediately recognize symptoms and experiences which might otherwise be terrifying, only because of lack of understanding as to what was happening. Recognition is the key word. Secondly, this guidebook may be used to avoid paranoid traps or to regain the first bardo transcendence if it has been lost. If the experience starts with light, peace, mystic unity, understanding, and if it continues along this path, then there is no need to remember this manual or have this manual reread to you. Like a road map, we consult it only when lost, or when we wish to change course. Usually, however, the ego clings to its old games. There may be momentary discomfort or confusion. If this happens, the others present should not be sympathetic or show alarm. They should be prepared to stay calm and restrain their helping games. In particular, the doctor role should be avoided. If at any time you find yourself struggling to get back to routine reality, you can, by prearrangement, have a more experienced person, a fellow voyager, or a trusted observer read parts of this manual to you. Passages suitable for reading during this session are given in Part 4 below. Each major disc